Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は407日目です。It is day 407. It is also the Lunar New Year. Happy Chinese New Year for anyone who observes. Today just happens to be also the second half of level 38, which also lines up with day 400 recording for HanziHero. Pretty poetic way. I'm a little bit groggy and kind of having a late start because of yesterday's fun times. Lots of discussions to be had. Varying topics. It's kind of hard to cluster the topics together. Anyways, let's get into our lessons. Probably gonna have to do lessons only in Bunpro to make time for the HanziHero thing. Gotta get back on some sort of a schedule at some point, like a regular schedule. Let's go through the reviews first. Let's see. How do you spell deterrent? Oh, they're all E. Okay. Uh.
提出
袖
いざ
Another drama. Oh, what is is that now? Oh right. Yes.
基盤 変化
膝頭 静観
Oh. Or home plate, I suppose. Just returning a lot. Okay.
傾く
却下
Oh no, just kidding. Okay. Contrary down, like Can I check in later? Also need to do reviews. Nice. Good luck with your reviews.
Danbo.
And it's gone. On. Like, oh no.
伴う 抑制
過ぎる。帰って
帰って
緩む奥
What? Oh.
妊婦。冷房。
姿
併合。
副題副題
対象。
と
日韓
副業。
副業
受託
選択。
需要
描画。
Oh, no.
諦める。
ふさ
金儲け。逃げる。委託。
Yo, what? 委託 That's pretty. Oh, it's consignment.
一人称。一致する。
What?
校舎。妊娠する。
必需品。
必需品。
託す。由緒。抑圧。
各自。No? Oh, oops. What? Oh, 各自。各自。Uh-oh. I don't know if it uses sound. There's some 50-50s going on here.
過去。
長官。価値。
What?
儲ける。奥深い。
演奏。円盤。
勇敢
Why did I want to type E? Isn't. Whoops.
見る奥さん
傾向
区域
um.
Okusoko
Osoko. Oh no, wait.
観念
And then it is impression. It's kind of like the idea. It's an impression. Okay.
Bakin.
It's a fee. Fee and fine. Okay. Oh.
還元
Angen. Huh. See?
Atai
I am. Okay.
致命的番よろしい来る
書く
総額す
Okay.
逃亡月間
Teetering on sneezing here.
一緒 ツーバ
外観 主観
Dukan.
書く
工事
Okay, fine. You have to add public?
大勢。地下。
が、が、
送る。
る。That's still the same. Okay.
応
落
じる。
ちる。
指示。
指示。
いたす。
置く。罰する。対応。
歌唱。描写。信託。内緒。
観光する。扱う。ゆるい。坊主。
緩やか。
物価。
like prices. Okay.
同伴する。
Yo, what?
示す。
Or to indicate. Okay. Show something. Oh, wait. It's not the second half. It's level up day. Oh, no. Today is going to be rough. I thought it was the second half of level 38. Alright, I guess we're level 39. So, customarily, I'm going to go grab something, walk around a little bit, and switch gears to hitting them lessons. I'll be back. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's get into the lesson mode. I was slightly not prepared for this because level up days are a little bit longer. Like noticeably longer. So let's get into our lesson. We'll try to be as brisk can. Tsubusu is fine. So no extra things. While it's often used literally to crush, it can also be used figuratively. Oh, to ruin a plant. Okay.
潰す
Tsubusu is good enough. Kaban is good enough. We're moving on. Rob. Interesting. Very interesting. Is that... I'm guessing Jie? No. I thought my first thought was Duo. No. Hoang. Oh no. No. The caliber is giving me a problem. Or what do they call it? Measurement? Oh, Duo? Alright. A big turkey takes the measurement of a steak before he can wrap it. I mean, that's fine. And Duo? Do. Oh, okay, Uba, we're going for Kunyomi because it's a verb first. Alright. A big turkey. Oh, actually, Uba? I don't think that's gonna fly. Oh, big turkey. Oh, that's fine. What was... I think we're still going with bad. And big turkey measured Marku as Marku measured who as the target. Yeah, good enough. Uba? Okay, you bad. Okay, Uba. Fair enough. Okay. I might think of another thing for buddy. Yeah, that's retroactive. That's fine. The bite.
Kamu.
Alright. And there shouldn't be any problems with that.
Tsubusu. Kaban. Kamu.
Alright. Perfect. Okay. Perfect plus disc. What type of perfect are we talking about? In Japan, it's used to... Oh, I see. Interesting. So, this is going to be something weird.
完璧
Picky. Oh no, not really. Wait. Oh no. This is kunyomi because it got... Oh no, it's onyomi. Oh, I've been marking it incorrectly. Alright, now that makes sense. Kanpeki. Alright. Oh, I've been marking that incorrectly. That's fine. We can adjust. Address. 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 What is that? A clip. I don't know if I've seen this particular combination. I haven't. It's somewhat like one, but... Oh, maybe it's the address. Oh no. Yeah, no dice. Interesting. On your roof, every evening you meet with snakes. All snakes know your address. I mean, I'm not surprised that it couldn't first. Today's going pretty alright. It just started. I was kind of sleeping most of the time. Oh, James. Alright. We're gonna need roof. Evening, snake. I'll say apple. Address. On the roof in the evening. You dress your snakes with ups in it. Look at your pet snakes. Unique. Japanese unique. Makes sense. What, address C? Okay. Oh, that address. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. We got
年齢
Nende. Wait, is there any special notes?
年齢
Elderly person. Alright. That's fine. Maybe
高齢者
Koresha. Checks out. A buzzer. Oh. Or a like bell thing like that. This is Ling. And then this is using the Japanese type as opposed to up here. Yeah, no, wait, there is a shock here. Alright, yeah, small bell. Ling? Ling? Ling, Ling. It could be Ling. Yep, Ling. Okay. And then de makes sense. Ling and de lines up with Ling. Do we need this stuff? No. We're doing some corner cutting today. It is kind of humorous that I'm starting exactly at the beginning of New Year's Day. Lunar New Year's Day, despite being like shifted by like half a day. You passed Bunpro N3 practice exam today. Was pretty happy, although the listening section was a bit weak. Nice, congrats. I was reading some of the forums, and there's some interesting updates coming, soon TM on Bunpro. I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. The reason why I'm bringing that up is it does have something to do. It may have something to do with those later exams, like the later functionalities that they have. Okay. Wait. Oops, I accidentally typed. It's pe. It's po. I mean, it's pe.
完璧
Unpicky. I typed the wrong thing there.
年齢
Okay. Wait, what did they use for this? Buzzer?
高齢者
Old age.
老齢
Okay, lole. No need to change. Lole. Okay. Oh, that's mound? Interesting. What is that? Chill? How does that change from chill? Oh no. Okay, this is unrelated. Interesting. Let's go to... Don't have anything remotely like this. Intriguing. Japanese special. Alright. So we got what? Drop, bear, and cross. A drop of rain falls on a bear leaning up against a cross stuck in a mound. The drop wakes the bear up. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, I'm not sure what that looks like. Let's go to bear for a moment. Doesn't work. Okay. Well, this one's interesting. Once the bear fully wakes up, he realized he just rolled down the mountain on his own and the cross was not to blame. What a fool. Kind of a rough one. So, when one sees a bear cross the mound nearby, you drop everything and run like a fool. Okay. Oh, this is a name. Dang. That explains a lot. Man, names in both Chinese and Japanese have a substantial number of exclusive characters. Interesting. Armor, that's retroactive. To avoid. I only have he. That's not it. If I had to take a guess, what would it be? Keru. Sakeru. And yokeru. Yokeru. Each reading has a slightly different meaning. Here's some mnemonics for you. You need to avoid people who sake all the time. Why? Because when they get drunk, you'll have to dodge the yo-yos they spin at you. I got you. Oh, what was it? Yeah. Dodge. We're gonna use Geru. Void. Yo. Dodge. And then we'll to dodge the he must get some Geru. Oh, I don't know about that. Geru. Saw to some Geru to avoid. Or dodge. But kind of like meh. Branch off. Not sure about this one either. No. No. No existing combinations for me. Branch off. A mountain branch will branch off from the rest. Key? I mean, it does look like a key. If you want to branch off from your hiking group and explore the branch of the mountain, you need a key. Just don't get caught there or you'll get the... What is the gi? Oh, I'm using gi as in the uniform. That works well enough. Gi. Okay. Oh. It's the same thing, but alright.
老齢
It doesn't necessarily matter whether it's old age or to me.
避ける
Alright. That looks gnarly. 67 actually on the... No, that's kind of high. Okay. Alright, let's get into it. Evacuation, that makes sense. Oh no, that's like, eh. But it's okay. So...
避難
Inan. Oh, Inan. Ama. Inan. Interesting. That's interesting.
否認
Meaning prosperity. The prosperity. Kun or kun? No. Fun. Oh. Prosperity. Hey, different. Oh, it's the special ones. The special ones that are missing the stroke here. Yeah. Sometimes there's one here and these drops can be interchanged. I think this is long. Pretty sure this is probably long. A building in winter will allow life to have prosperity. I kind of like it. Sounds very poetic. And Dong. Do is... I'll take it. Go over and see. Do right sitting in the corner. It's kind of okay. Hill, yeah. Alright, I'll take Hill. Restraint. Intriguing. Far and bitter. Considered to like a long degree, like far considerations, considering a lot of things. Exercising restraint. Oh. Decline in hesitation. Are very different things. I actually don't know what this is gonna end up with. Oh
遠慮
no. And no. Okay.
遠慮
It's same things. Typical face out. And no. Okay. Oops. Okay.
否認
非難
遠慮
Okay. Consideration. Oh, distribute. Yeah. Okay. What was pay?
配慮
Hairio. Dang it. Oh, the haiku. Hairio. I thought it was key. Okay. Koyo. I thought it was ko, not ko, but good enough. Remember what that is? The bottom part. A beggar?
Kouryo.
Audio. Employ. Yeah. What would line up with goo? It could just be goo. That doesn't look like. Coal. Does it look like coal? It does, kind of. I'm thinking of. It's not the thing I'm thinking of. Dang. Oh. Where is it? Oh, that's cool. What? Never mind. Never mind. I was thinking of E. Okay. Alright. In through your door walks a turkey, so you employ it. Okay. Although you employ turkeys, when a coal walks through the door, you send them away. What? The other way would be like you employ a coal to handle the turkey at the door, I suppose. Yeah, that's fine. Either way. 3 retroactive to stake off of suspend. Okay. We have Ken. That's not great. The stake or risk. No dice. Gotta be a coon.
かける
It is. Okay. And the samurai expended his duties to expended duty to take Kiru of risk of people. Okay.
配慮 考慮
And it's gone. That's the only thing that came to mind, so let's go with it.
かける
Eager. Or suspense, possibly? Eagerness. Right? Shen? Ming. Actually, quite sure. Oh, no, it's not. Shen Nian. Is there a... Is there a... Shen Ming? I doubt it, no. I'm aware. Okay. Suspend faith. Go ahead and suspend faith. Get this done. Okay. And what is this?
懸命
Kenmei. Whoops. I was thinking of order. Kenmei works. Right, yeah. Works. What we got? Zol. Zol. Oh? Sho? Chu? Oh. So bribery makes sense. Present, accept, or obtain. Present, obtained, and person or bribe. Sorry, not bribe. Jew? Sure? I'm actually not sure anymore.
贈収賄
Shu. Oh, Shu. Why? Huh. That's not great. Fine. Okay. All right.
贈収賄
Sky is retroactive. Wall. B. It could be he and B. Oh, right. This is an object. Kunyomi. Kabe. We're not using Kabe. Okay, so what do we got? We got dirt and hot peppers, right? Same deal, actually. I can think of bed, but oh, it's probably bet. Okay. A bit. All right. Bribe. Okay, fair enough. What is that then?
賄賂
Viral. Okay. All right.
懸命
Oh shoot! What?
贈収賄
Oh
賄賂
Alright. To pay? What are the chances that this lines up with harau? You're going to pay something or to cover something like a meal. But when you pay a bribe,
賄う
nope. No overlap. So what do we got? Maka. Oh. Okay. So. Okay. Why? Wa e bribe. Ma. Bribe. Ooh. Okay. Wa. Okay. Alright. These are not. I don't know how that's gonna work. Okay. We'll see. Kinda. Rainy season. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. We're adding ume. Wait a minute. What? Oh, I get it. Okay. It's a long journey, that's why ume. Okay. Keep it in mind, this is a seasonal word unique to Japan and East Asia, so you usually don't use it to refer to rainy seasons that happen in other regions. Yeah, that's what clicked with me. Oh, so we got
Tsuyu.
Oh, tsuyu. Tsuyu. Wait, actually. No. This is just holy. Oh god, goodness gracious. All right. We have ume. I think we could
梅雨
get away with just ume. Just say ume and ame. Okay. And we have ume and ame. They're self-explanatory. Oh, rainy season. Atsu. Yeah. During the rainy seasons and there. I'm really getting into the whole Yuru camping thing. Alright, chess piece. Oh, that is chess piece. What are the chances this is key? T T? It could be T as well. T. Alright. T is good. We're good enough. we actually worked a lot on this character. This character is kind of whack. All right, reality, that's retroactive. Allowance. Oh, intriguing. Small dispatch. Yeah, means to use, right? Small use, spending money. We'll go with chi. Bisku. Chi. Let's say cheese. Cheese. Sky. No, that sounds so weird.
小遣い
Kozukai. Okay. I'm like. This one. Oh, coal. Yeah, we could use coal. Yeah, that's right. Coal is much better for this. Kozukai. Kozukai sounds so much better. I totally forgot about coal. All right. Okay. So how did this work? Okay.
賄う
梅雨
小遣い
Okay. Allowance has often been an interesting thing. I don't know how if allowances work in Japan. Actually, I do kind of, but allowance has been often an interesting concept. Didn't grow up with concept of allowance, although I did learn about it like as a third person situation. To delete, that does look like delete. What is that? Shan Shan Shanquan. Or Sanchi. Or it reminds me of Shanchi, but not quite. I don't actually know if there is a Jie. No? Alright, I'm tripping. What is that? Shit. A shit chi? Nope, no shit chi. But it's same difference. And then we already have delete, which is, I'll get right on it. We're gonna go with 削除する Okay. Of honorable lineage. Okay, so they added tadashi, right? I think that's tadashi. So I'm gonna say there's a chance this is gonna get rendaku'd. There's a chance this is really crazy, but I feel like this is gonna be a jukuko next to a rendaku'd adjective. So what is this? And this is exceptional read too. So what? Yoisho tadashi or yoisho tadashi.
由緒
I mean,
正しい
yuisho, not yoisho. Yoisho tadashi. Yeah, sure. Those two combined. Oh man, I've seen you before. Now I don't know what it is anymore. There's a tsunami coming and you can't stop the explosion of bitterness in your mouth. You're scared, astringent, reluctant. I don't got anything. We're gonna go with Ki. Jew. And where have I seen you, Jew? Heckin' traffic jam. That's where I saw it. Dang it. Oh yeah, in Shibuya as well. Dang it. How could I mean, obviously this is a special read, a different read, but I did see it in Shibuya as well. The reason I've seen it is because there's a lot of games that pick that location. Disappointing. Alright. With the bitter taste in your mouth, you're reluctant to gather up all your views. Okay. Rules. Well, that came out. Alright. I think that's fine. Sure. Scroll. Retroactive. Air. Successor plus E. I wonder if that's gonna stay the same. That's interesting. If it doesn't, what is that? Sekidangi. No. Oh, but it doesn't need to be. We can kun this up. If we kun this up, this is Ato. Atotsuki. Yeah, Atotsuki.
Atotsugi.
Atotsugi. Okay, so it's going up instead. I thought it might just go Atama. So, Atotsugi. Atotsuki. Fair enough. Okay. Eisho dashi.
由緒正しい
Eisho tadashi. We were just talking about that yesterday, about the orphanage and stuff. Eisho tadashi is one of the deeper cuts into the Japanese orphanage thing we're talking about during Kiwami 3.
Sakujo suru. Atotsugi. Yeah. Don't use this word very often. To jump. What do we have? And then not to be confused with, right? To leap. But this word has the same meaning. The reading is different, however. Yeah. So I guess we're not going with oh or fu. No, to. What is it then?
跳ねる
Haneru. You heckin' haneru. Used nair before, but I feel like I'm just gonna use sleep. Neru. Alright. So what do we got? We got oh Neru. Up. Hut.
I guess. Fair enough. Okay. This the oh was Neru. Okay. Jumped on her? Okay. Well, good enough. I skipped something. Alright. Wait, I skipped a lot of things, didn't I? What up? Yeah, I skipped a lot of things. Go back. Jump rope, makes sense. Probably Nawatobi.
Nawatobi.
Okay, makes sense. One-sided. It's still one-sided. And I've seen you before as well. Unfortunately, I have no idea. Huh? Kata. Oh, yeah. Wait. No. No. Not used like that, though. Kata, alright. One-sided. We're not using catapult. Catapult is not great. It's just, oh, we only have one-sided. And kata? Alright, so a one-sided edge on the kata prevents okay. Alright, nurse? Oh, wait. Yo, what? This seems like this seems... That is definitely unique. I have not seen a stack like that before. This rackle is made up of a blackjack. Where's the blackjack at? Enclose. Alright, so, alright. Okay, with the 6 kanji at the top. I guess they're ticking the top here and then the blackjack. Okay, I can see that. If you see 6 people playing blackjack and wearing the same clothes, you should know that they're all nurses. Ew, okay. Alright. I don't know how I do. Man, yesterday I went so long without eating that I kind of had to get up in the middle of the night, like, or the middle of my sleep. It's not really the middle of the morning. I had to eat something because I was like having some severe shakes. Holy. Alright, nurse. Alright, 6 nurse playing blackjack. Sure. It's all the same. We'll try it. To apply for... Actually, are there examples? Is it just nurse? Oh, no. Defer? Miss. Soil. What are these things? Alright, that's kind of... This is kind of interesting. I have no idea all of those radicals still exist in, you know, they're all in traditional. I don't know where this character is coming from. Interesting. Apply for makes sense. So, right. I guess we're going with what? Obo suru. Okay. Just a suru of application. Okay.
Nawatobi.
You know, no rendaku. I didn't even consider that just until now.
Haneru.
Obo suru.
Home run. Kind of makes sense. Like a major base hit is kind of how I see this home. Like a... Or origin, that's fair. Oh, if it was read like that, would there be a chance? No, let's go with like... Like, Honruida, or something like that.
Honruida.
Honruida. Okay. A hermit? Intriguing. As opposed to, what is this? Xiang. Xian. Oh, this is Xian. Or immortal? A hermit thing? Do we got any immortal things? No. I guess the hermit is immortal. A leader who lives in the mountain is immortal. Good enough. It happens to be a hermit. Sen. Sen lines with Xian. And okay. Alright. I guess we'll... The hermit turns out to be a centaur. To crumble. Well, this is a kunyomi. It could be like going down, like what's another crumble? Like taoreru. Like taoreru could be something. Or it could be like sareru. It could be hang in a sort of way, like kareru. I'm guessing at like things that could be homonyms or
Kuzureru.
kuzureru. Alright. Oh wait, we already had... Oh, we did have the other kuzu... Oh yeah, kuzutsu. I totally forgot about the kuzutsu. To break down. Alright, that's fine. I totally forgot we already had a kun read. To repay, okay. Harai... No. Harai... Eh? Harai kaisu. It could be rendaku. Harai gaisu sounds a little weird, so we're just gonna go with harai kai. Monosu. Oh. Oh no, this is modo. Modo. Okay, no rendaku. This is modo. That's right. The exception to the return saga. Modo violated the kaisu saga. He just wanted to be different. Yeah, modosu. Okay, harai modosu. Fair enough. Allocate. Oh, hey, we finally got allocate. It makes sense now. Or not really, but... What was allocate? Thinking about... Like... a hat. Or like a lid on a private place. Oh, it kind of looks like a trash can. You have legs and you need to put them in the trash. Wait. How does this trash can thing work? I don't even know. Let's settle on allocate. Kind of looks like a... Jew. If you allocate your funds correctly, you'll be able to buy as many precious too. I got you. I got you.
本類だ
I don't think I've seen Honruida written anywhere in the batting cages. Like in Like a Dragon. I'm not sure if I saw it anywhere.
崩れる
Oh, but you know, I do need to know the Reru ending. I'll do it when it comes up in Bunpro. Might not need it, possibly. As opposed to what? Pechang, something like that. Changpe. To play a string instrument. This is Hiku. We're moving on. Excuse. Mian. I wonder how. Wait, is this Mian or is this Tu? It's a Mian for sure. Mian, what we're talking about. I think we're talking about Mian. Mian to avoid, and then it should be linked to excuse of some sort. Yeah. Oh, and then we had this as excuse. How did it go about the excuse situation? This rack consists of some legs carrying the son of a prison. What in the world? Because it's sideways? Alright, I think that's optional. Okay. Men. Oh, what do you look like? It could be men. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go with it. Choice of words. Kotoba ne. Kotoba. Sky. Or it could be. Sky. That sounds awful, but could end up being that.
言葉遣い
Kotoba Tsukai. Oh, it's on top. Okay. Instead of dropping down. Kotoba Tsukai. That, yeah, I should get used to that. Because it becomes atama to make it sound nice whenever it gets rendaku. Especially the tsu. Tsu sounds kind of terrifying whenever you're going like, if it goes down this way. Kotoba Tsukai. Alright. I got you. Bulletin board. Oh yes. This is one of my first words for Shaishinko. The bulletin board, the notice board around towns. So... 게시반, right?
掲示板
Alright, cape. Oh. Ape. Wait. Have I seen this in a name before? Alright, but I do need to know... Oh no, we haven't had this yet, but it is properly a tea. It's definitely a T, but don't have it. Headland. Oh, headland. Oh, I get it. Cape, headland. It could be key. Although it's a cape, so like a geographical feature, so it's probably gonna hit a kun first before it hits an on. Sai. Alright. And it's a sai that is a kun, not a sai that is onyomi. I'm genuinely curious if it's a name, yeah. Saitama. That's where I've seen it. Saitama Ken. And where was Saitama Ken? Besides, like, you know, One Punch Man, Saitama. That's not what I'm referring to. Sai. Man. The cape below looks just like your cyborg, or rather the cyborg you once had before you had. Huh. The hunk of dirt sticks out in a very odd way. Odd dirt. Cape. Hi. We'll go with it. It's a proper noun. We're not too vigorous with the proper nouns. They'll come with the place. Wait. No. Did I miss something? Wait. What is this dot? No, wait. Hold up. I know what this is, right? I could guess this read. Could I? No, I can't. Oh no, I can. Oh, it was Hiku. It's the other Hiku. Oh my gosh. Butthead.
引く
Right. What am I doing? I lost it. What have I lost? Oh.
言葉遣い
I guess kotoba zukai is the closest thing I have to diction. Or do I have something else for diction? It could be tone. Like words for tone. This is probably the closest thing to diction that I have. I'm actually curious. How is diction defined? The choice and use of words and phrases in speech or writing. Yeah, I think this is what I typically refer to whenever I try to distinguish between like Japanese formality, like things that don't have Japanese equivalents. Like whenever someone says, oh, this has no English equivalent, and I'm like, yeah, like literal mechanical equivalents. But generally speaking, diction is where English portrays that type of thing. Like for example, if you describe somebody like, oh, I get along with everyone, as opposed to saying I'm amicable or amenable to diverse ideas. Diction is, it creates that functionality as opposed to like, I don't know, a mechanical conjugation for formalities. Like simply saying mechanical diction, like the contrastive distinction between mechanical use and diction in appropriate formalities of speech inherently already demonstrates it sounds more formal than it is colloquial. If I were to colloquialize what I just said, it's like, yeah, it depends on how you say it. Okay. One sounds unnecessary pretentious to someone who only speaks in colloquialism. However, when you're in a business and formality sense, you typically sound a lot more precise, and it often uses words that create a lot of technical specificity versus that's good. Formalities. English is a larger descriptor language, right? So it requires nuance of diction and maybe an increase in verbosity in order to sound more formal. So whenever someone says, "Oh yeah, you're really good at this game," colloquial, like, huh, I noticed that you have a tendency to excel at this particular, at this particular task, and then you have to specify the particular task. That is formality. Let's see. And okay, we do avoid. Excuse. Okay. And this went off somewhere else, right? Okay. Uh
掲示板
Now hiring. Yep. We're in the middle of recruiting, right? Or now hiring. So what is that? Boshuchu, possibly.
募集中
Okay. All right, next one, criminal. And actually, it's probably okay. There's no special notes. Okay, criminal. That is one type of criminal. That's certainly. It could be prisoner, criminal, and prisoner, but no prisoner on this one. Interesting. It's a noun. That could be rough, but things of crime usually have like onyomi usage, so we're gonna go with this is chill. I think this is chill. Yeah, for prisoner. Criminal, it could be like prisoner of war situations. Then there is a chance it's like Nin and Jin. There is a chance it could be like Kun or Jun. Oh shoot! Wow. Wait. Actually, now that I think about it, no. There's no alignment for that. That's way too rough. So shoot. All right. Inside this giant mouth is a prison trap. Is a person trapped because they're a criminal. They did something bad. All right. Criminal is only wearing shoes. They're completely naked. Otherwise, they have to wear shoes because the jail would be. That was kind of rough, but I mean, I wouldn't elaborate more than that. Yeah, there's prisoner, condemned, criminal. Interesting. So no war-related things. Shujin. Okay. Right. Shike. Condemned prisoner. Shike shu. He added death penalty to criminal. Alright. To be at a loss. Japanese justice system is very interesting too. I went down a slight rabbit hole about the Japanese justice system from not Ace Detective or Ace Attorney or something like that. Not that one, not Phoenix Wright stuff, but from the premise of a judgment and lost judgment. To be at a loss. Wow, we got misguided again. I don't know about this one. Even the onyami, like ki? Oh, waku. Oh no, waku. I'm not sure. That is, I'm not sure waku is gonna stand the test of time here. Not yet. Right. We don't know the kun. I don't know the kun anyways. Usually refers to being in a at a loss. In a quaternary or a state of confusion. A quandary. Quandary of a state of confusion. Or a state of confusion. To be at a loss. I see. Well, they're using this is kind of old fashioned, but other forms like so common in modern Japanese. I don't know what it reads like.
Madou.
Madou. Okay. We're not using mad. Okay. Alright. Alright, Mr. Waku. Okay. Misguided. Do. Be at a loss. So waku. Waku. You at a waku. That is misguided and lost about her soul. Okay. Oh, okay. Way back. Okay. Modori michi? Okay. I mean, that seems okay.
戻り道
Modori michi. Okay. Honorable. Give me a sec. Unsure. We got the military. No, that's unique. Oh, unless it's no. Yeah, that's unique. It's crazy how often. So now I'm getting to a point where it's increasing in frequency, like 20% maybe. We're hitting like getting close to 20% where the new characters do not line up with Hanzi. Like not even in a simplified manner. They're just simply unique for now because I guess 4,000 doesn't cover it. Okay, let's see. We see loiter. Oh no, that's separated. I think I'm going to use military. This is a rare moment actually where there's a radical that I see here in the middle. So it's a stack of 3. 1, 2, and 3, right? 1, 2, 3. It happens seldomly, honestly. WaniKani actually favors clustering and retroactively have clustered things, and HanziHero tends to break them down further. So I guess we're gonna rewrite this. What do we have? Go and go. Okay, so let's go with loiter, military. A stamp. Oh boy. All right. And then honorable. Gotira and gyoza. Or yeah. So loitering military. Honorable to Kira. Such a peacemaker. All right. Sorry, honorable excuse. Oh, interesting. Gomen. Oh, that's what Gomen looks like if you were using kanji. Cooked rice. Honorable. Okay, fair enough. Oh, that's interesting. Is there an alternative meaning? Oh, huh. To look. Is this like a super formal, like humble thing? Goran ni naru. Interesting. All right. We'll know in the future. Something to look forward to.
募集中
How did this go? Okay.
Mado.
Oh.
戻り道。
I don't know how to phrase this. Way back. Okay. that's far more elegant than the returning route. That's what I was gonna write. Returning route or returning path. You know what? But I am gonna write it though. Okay. To take back. Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
取り戻す。
Torimodosu. Alright. Refuse. Yeah, reject. This is what? Ju, right? This is Ju. So it could just be Ju or Shu or Shu or Ju. Kyo. Dang you. Yeah. Alright. does look like Kyo too. Like Kyo from Giant. Dang it. I should test the Japanese, like the occasional, I don't know, 30% Japanese carrier characters beforehand. Oh, okay. So got some fingers to show your fingers to a giant to show you refuse him. Giants are very big. But do you refuse, then stomp all over little Kyo. Show your finger. Okay. Fair enough. Atomic bomb. Oh, wow, that's a deep cut. Original child explosion bomb, or bullets, but that together is a bomb. Low bullet. So, oh, atomic. Oh, I get it. Atomic. So, yeah, atom bomb. Legitimately atom bomb. Okay. Yep. Oh yeah. Genko bakudan?
原子爆弾
Genshi. Oh yeah. That ko is kunyomi. Genshi. Genshi bakudan. Genshi bakudan. Okay. Footprints. Makes sense. Are you gonna do something weird like ashi? Oh, this is a body part, so that could be weird. It could be like ashiato, or it could be like kaseki,
足跡
ashiato. Of course, it's a body part. Body parts have kun things. Frame. Oh, hey, we got it. This is the other Waku. In a tree. Oh man. In a tree on 9 branches are some cross frames. Okay. In a tree. 9 crosses are some. Oh, you know, is this supposed to be Quan? Let's look at Quan for a moment. Nope, not good enough. Oh wait, Quan is already available actually. Anyways. So frame. Just wooden frame. Wait. Why do you remind me of something? Nope. Not close enough. Okay. That looks unique to me. Just 9 wooden crosses. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Sweet. This is probably Sweet. Dang it. They went... Yeah, it's an object. They went with Kun first. But what about the alternative read? Onyomi. Is there a Sweet? Oh, there isn't a Sweet. I was expecting like another read here. Wait, wasn't the other Waku? I think the other Waku was Onyomi. Okay. A tree on 9 branches are some cross frames. Each cross frame is hung on the... Okay, I'm just gonna say wooden crosses. There are 9 wooden crosses to form a frame. And... you realize that the frame isn't half as nice as you thought it. In fact, it's whack. Good enough.
取り戻す
原子爆弾
It's gonna be tough. Walker's gonna be tough.
足跡
Okay. We're getting there. 17 to go. Bunpro is just gonna be lessons today. That'll lead us to what? Oh, that's gonna take us to like 4:30 a.m. and then we're basically plowing to the sunrise on HanziHero. Like yapping about HanziHero. We're gonna take a bye on the lessons. Or maybe not. We could take the lessons. Oh no, it'll be past 4. Fine, well, so when I get back up to aim at, certainly how we get to aim at. No, we have soul. Soul is not good enough. But to aim at, it almost feels like it would be like utsuru, utsu, or something like that.
狙う
Nerau. Oh, come on. Wait. Oh no, wait. I do know a nera. Yeah, nerai. Oh, I forgot about nerai. Yeah. Okay. That was my bad. This unit. Turtle shell is still turtle shell. What are the chances? A? A out of A through D? Interesting. Turtle shell. Ka. Give me ka. Ko. Kan. Well, Koichi has a turtle shell on his back, I suppose. What the heck, man? Okay. Double play. Interesting. Yeah, like a joint kill, a double play. Yeah, to get like 2 outs. Interesting.
併殺
Heisatsu. I almost said shot. Heisatsu. Okay. Red? We got red. What are the chances? Yeah, it's an old-fashioned one, I imagined, because Chinese. What are the chances that this is going
く
to...
れない
No. Kurenai. And then Henny. Or Benny. Wait, there's so much... Okay, there's no way one... Wait. Okay,
くれ
so...
ない
There, this is where things get a little... You already learned Benny as a reading of... Oh, lipstick. It can also be Benny just by itself in case it means rouge. However, there's a different reading which we like to focus on. Interesting. I didn't thought this was cool. Yeah. Okay. Whoops.
くれない
Boy howdy. All right. Actually, what else do we have? Okay.
くれない
So, kurenai. Oh, buildy bread. Excuse me. Bread. I think we're gonna go with knife just from now on. Do I need... Let's see. Oh. Okay. Benny. The lipstick thing is fine. Void. That is a void. She. A tiger clad in spikes exist in the void. Shu? Kyo. What the kyo? Actually. That because of tiger? Heck. Cool. The aforementioned void has opened up in Lil Kyo. Okay. Okay. That's gonna be a touch and go. Oh, interesting. Oh, Jaku. Alright. Okay. That's... Ah! Sorry. What the... Oh my gosh. Oh! Dude!
狙う
Oh, my brain. Oh no. That's rough. Hang on. Okay. I'm generally losing track of Kingdom. Okay. Your recommendation is there. Official advice. Kankoku. Patterned. When? When? No, not close enough. Brilliant. Oh, it's carrying Faye. Oh, Faye over one. Patterned. Criminal writing is always patterned. This is to say there's a pattern to it. Lots of args and gonna stab yas. What is this? Okay. Criminal writing. Patterned criminal writing. What is the top thing? It could be like he, I, hi. It could be like hi related things, or it could be boon. E? Oh yeah, E. E. I was going off these. E. And then hi. So my choices were he and hi, despite it could be E. What is this American reference here? Alright. Eagle pattern, criminal writing. Amazing. Fragrance. I got call. That's not good enough.
香り
Kaori. Face. I mean, how often do I get to use kao? I don't think we get to use kao that capacity often. Outside of face, I mean, face is pretty reliable though. What did we use for D? Read? Oh, got coal. Coal. Read. Fragrance. Oh. Yeah, we're just call. Oh, be okay. Okay. All right. Next one. Still. Kaizen. Kaizen sounds. Note that you need to add to the end of this word to make it an adverb, and taru make it an adjective. Probably specific, and it would be very difficult to remember without using it. So, good at that. Still, as yet, as it has. And fine. Oh, not die. Why did I think of a die? That's reliant. What was the die? Request. Where is it? And then they give you an example. Okay, I see. They give you an example in which you don't use it. Amazing. Okay. Anyways, welfare. This combination. either. Interesting. There's so... Oh, no, wait. No, yeah, I'm not... No familiarity with this either. Welfare. And spirit stops protecting you. You have to go on welfare if you can't rely on your family's spirit. You have to have help. Alright. What does this look like? She? It kind of looks like she. Alright, it's a she. While on welfare, you have to do the only job available to you, herding sheeps. Alright, fair enough. Family spirit has failed. Now you must herd sheeps for welfare. Okay, cool.
勧告
Official announcement or something. Official notice or something like that. Announcement is more common for me.
香り 以前
I already lost it. Oh, it's so reliant about nature. I don't know. Reliable? Still, oh my gosh, Izen. Okay. Oops. Seven. Oh, they stuck 4 in the end. I'm still alive. It's more like I started late than still alive. Turn. Let's see, modesty. Modesty. 10. They say Mona Lisa had more modesty than any other woman at the time. Oh, really? Did they say that? What does this line up with? I feel like this carries some sort of sound. It does carry Ken and Gen. When is it up to Ken? I wonder if it stays. Oh, nope, there's no example. No alternative. Yep. Publish. To publish. Keizai suru. Leap. Or that leap. What do I got for yeah? How does that work? Actually, the right could just be yo. Yaku. Hold up. Dang. Yo was not strong enough. Okay, alright. Not good. Use your foot to kick Wolverine in the face so a turkey can eat him. After you kick Wolverine and turkey is safe, you leap onto a Yaku to make it get away. Alright. Nice. I'll bite. I'll bite. A gun? Huh. You don't look like a Chiang. I think this combination. No dice. Wait. Huh. Maybe it could line up? There are a lot of them. I wonder if there's... No. Nope. Nope. Okay. Take some gold and allocate to buy a gun. Saw that coming. Jew? You need this gun so you can steal some jewels. Of course. That's onyomi, so what do we got? It carries. So where is this? Interesting. All right. Or you could buy them with jewels. All right, next one. Next one. Eyebrow. Okay. Yeah, I got you. What do we got? Mimo?
Mayuge.
Mayuge. Oh, right. That's right. Part of the body stuff. Mayuge. Okay, get still checks out because we're using Kyun. And then Mayuge is Kyun. Double Kyun. Body part. Mayuge. With the rendaku. So, okay. I got it. I got the last body part. Reminded myself, but that time I did. Paragraph. Paragraph. I don't like Geoduck. We really should be replacing this with Page. Cole? Do you look like Cole? Left side. Like a construction of a page. Requires paragraphs. Paragraphs are coming straight and directly from... Yeah, there's the hint, but... Okay. Of Emperor Cole himself. Okay. Prayer. Prayer, let's see. Let's go with Kinen. Oh wow, this is about formally asking a specific deity for something. It refers to praying or wishing in a more silent and personal sense. It's used in formal situations to express hope for success, safety, peace, recovery. It often appears in the name of monuments or events.
Kinen.
Kinen. Or Kinen. Fair enough.
Kinen.
Could be a blessing, wishing.
Kinen.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Is oh. What am I typing? Oh, I'm writing Zai, not Sai.
掲載する
Oh, modesty. Modesty.
記念
Oh, he went Kinen.
Mayuge.
Okay. There we go. All right. Let's go over today's level 39 stuff. Let's see, 4 a.m. Kind of about halfway. Halfway with our things. All right. I don't think we usually... Wow, that's a lot of radicals. Time around. Okay. We got Buddy. Buddy, retroactive, formal, retroactive, Hill, retroactive, 3, retroactive, Sky, retroactive, Reality, retroactive, Scroll, retroactive, and then the new one, Nurse. Okay, so we don't have to go over them. Again, let's go to the next one. This group was okay. There's some unconventional onyomi and kunyomi overlaps though. Let's do our definitions. Okay. Rob. Address. Buzzer. Sound. Branch off. Kinda like grand. Honorable. We're gonna go with honorable. Oh, no, wait. We'll come back to that. Employ. Wall. Chess piece. Bitter. One-sided. Hermit. Allocate. Excuse. Ape. Criminal. Oh, this is honorable. Refuse. Frame. Shell. Turtle shell. Turtle shell, but void. Patterned. Uh-oh. Welfare. Honesty. Leap. Pew pew. Paragraph. So what happened here? It's because of my interference with loan. Its life is better, like life is possible. And you have building for the winter. Come back. Alright, let's try to fetch our mnemonic keywords here. You are. I got you. Ooh. What? Yeah, I only got the ooh part. That sucks. We'll come back to that. Up and eh. Buzzard. Ring. Pool. E. I get somehow I'm thinking centaur. Oh. R plus R plus bet. Okay. Hang you. Duel. Better. Oh, this is Centaur. Equal to. Huh. That's a problem. Hmm? Cyborg. Goal. Plus Gyoza. Or Anne. Little kill. Whack. Oh. I'm not sure if it's Kyo or To. Go with Tokyo. Dang it. Oh, Eagle. Deep. And Yak. Ew. There's a couple questionable ones I can think of. Oh. Alright. Can I get anything on Rob? It's a Kun to Rob. I only have the oo part. Ooba. Oh, you're bad. Okay. Okay. U plus add. We're fine. Prosperity. Ugh. Do you? Okay. Building in the winter. Prosperity. Yeah, that's good measure. Do you? Yeah, nowhere near the. But I did mitigate confusion with the others, though. These are okay. I'm not sure about this one. Bitter. That's fine. Okay. All right. This one is a 50-50. Dang it, it's little kill. Wait, if that's a little kill, then what is refuse? It's a little kill too. Okay. Dang it. It was a 33%. And I think the rest is fine. All right, so let's go over our reads. Some of these reads are a little different. And an addendum, what was the addendum? Waku? The Waku in by coincidence, the other Waku was was Onyomi. Waku I was talking about. Oh, it's not Waku. It was part of vocabulary. Oh no, it's part of the previous group, probably. I'll be reminded. Or later today. Alright, so let's do the read. Uba, that's got it. Kunyomi, ate, kunyomi, ring, oh, hold on. Ura, rob, ate, address, rin, buzzer, mound, that's questionable. Okay. E, branched off, do, prosperity, coal, that's questionable too. Employ, kabe or kabe. E, recipes, do, bitter, kata, that's questionable. Kata, okay. Hen does check out. Kata one-sided, and permit, do, allocate, men, excuse, sai. I think this is special. Sai for cape. Shu, criminal. Go, Kyo. Honorable. Kyo. Refuse. Waku. Frame. I think that's kun. And this is a special waku. Okay. Oh. Del. Go. Void. Eat. Patterned. Sheet. Sheet welfare. Ken modesty. Yaku leap. Do gun. And call paragraph. Alright. That's a wrap for our WaniKani today. Our level up day. So this is our level 39, right? We're 5 or 6, right? 6 away from deciding whether we go ham or not. That would bring us up to April. I might actually change up the persona plans to move them later because the volume is getting pretty close to my limit now with all the other things going on. This is a good testing ground today. All right. Wrap. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, catch up, exchange stories every once in a while. Keep each other motivated, right? Until next time. Minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は47日目です。It is day 47. We're gonna have an abbreviated Bunpro. So we're gonna do our lessons, right? It's actually, yeah. We're gonna do our lessons. And then we're moving straight into our 400 tentative takes for HanziHero. Because of my not enough time. It's not enough time squeezing in all our usual conversations. Lots of great discussions to be had. Perhaps in the future we'll have opportunities to throw in some of this stuff, throw in the language learning, right? Outside of the cultural stuff. Cultural and communication, things like that comes first, as always. We're trying to fill out the third year routine here. So for Bunpro, yesterday we did manage to do some reviews. 5 things. Always tried to pick out like 5 things for active recall. Right, Kieru for our key phrase turn off. That's a little off-centered. Kind of triggers me a little bit. Oh no. What's the thing to the right? What's awful? Okay. We have 2 excuse me. Oh wait, is that right? Yeah. Chusha injection or shot. Okay. Saboru. I use to be absent, but it's more like a truant accent. However, the keywords, we're trying to think of the translational keywords that they use. Okay. And Shincho. For height. How did this? Was there a... Yeah, there was. I think. Or is it... I'm gonna have to double check this. Nope. Wrong one. Uh. Oh no. I don't. I think both of these are off. No, I'm missing a stroke here, so that's okay. Nope. Try again. My squiggly hand. Stop squiggling, please. It doesn't cross, right? That's what's making it look weird. Yeah, okay. KSI or economics or economy. Subjects. Let's see, what are we doing with time here? So we start at 6 a.m. That gives us like 2 to 3 hours. It's gonna take us into the morning. And I'll probably just hit the bed as quickly as possible. I'm gonna come back. Let's do it all over again. Okay. Let's get into our lessons. I have been basically doing this and then sleeping as soon as possible after eating. That's kind of the idea at the moment. Too many things. Amari. Oh, surplus, yeah. Amari. Or remainder, rest, balance. Yeah, excessive. Amari. I think that's okay for now. Tenki yobo. Okay. Hare. Okay. Sugoi. Okay. Miki? Mikigawa? Kawa is a little bit on the weak side. Oh, is this Jizo? Which is dealing with Jizo or Jizo. Jizo. Yeah. Bodhisattva related things. Jizo. Pretty special.
Egypto.
Interesting. That's gonna be tough, but I can see it. Okay. Saki. I mean Seki, not Saki. Seki. Uh, Yon is okay. Spoon, spoon, okay. Call Satan, okay. Allergy, fine. Kuramu, fine. Embassy. This is the Taishikan. Taishikan. That's kinda not okay. That's kinda not okay. Okay. Janaristo. Janaristo.
ジャーナリスト
Journalist. Oh, yeah. Journalist. Right. Budo is grape. Nothing to talk about with Budo other than the sound of Chinese. Kaku makes sense. Got that fine. Kashikomu is fine. Tairo, fine. Yep. Kaketsu. Or kaketsu, sorry, kaketsu. We're not pausing yet. Or kagetsu. Alright, let's go and read these things. An amount that is more that can be obtained within a designated area. An amount that is more that can be obtained within a designated area. I see. And then doing Amari. Or you. No, not you. You. Okay, a report that indicates what has been predicted in regard to the air and temperature conditions in the near future. That's certainly one way to describe it. Okay, so we got 10, and then we got ki, yo, and ho, or ho. Ho is when there are no clouds in the sky or something contains no doubt. Okay. A common word to indicate something that's amazing, shocking, or incite great interest. Sugoi. The bottom can be a problem in that one. Kind of murky. The eastward side of an object facing north, opposite of the left side. What the heck? How does that? The east side of an object facing north. Oh. Wait. What? Oh, of an object facing north. I see what. Okay. Whoa. All right. That was the weak one. A statue that often has a red hat and bib and is said to protect children and their souls. country famous for pharaohs and right pyramids. We have I, Ji, E, Ji, U, To. Okay. An involuntary action caused by a virus or particle related irritation of the throat. Kind of sort of sounds like arerugi. Okay. And then probably yeah, a temperature within the air or surrounding atmosphere. The temperature, right? The temperature, which can be a couple of things, but this one. Okay. A utensil that's commonly used for scooping or stirring. Okay. Fair enough. A place with white stripes painted on the road in order to facilitate the safe crossing of pedestrians. Okay. Oh. So 10. The name for when the body reacts negatively to something. Okay, that might be a little too broad of a statement. The amount which equals 1/1000th of a kilo. Fair enough. I mean, that works. Okay. The place within a country that represents and handles the matters of foreign nationals from other countries. The place within a country that represents and handles the matters of... Okay. I see. Person that's employed to write articles and gather information for news. That could be multiple things, but okay. That one's this kind of reminds me of like Barantia. Barantia. Okay. A sweet but slightly sour fruit that hangs in bunches and is used to make wine. Oh, that's a good one. Unlike the other descriptions, like orange. Okay. Generally large, non-electrical items purchased for the household for the purpose of relaxation or storage. Right. A small item of stationery used to get rid of mistakes made in pencil. The color halfway between white and black, Japanese origin word. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean that is Japanese origin word. Counter for a grouping of months. Right. Alright. Alright, let's get into it. It's gone. Wait, what's wrong with my spacebar? My spacebar is... Yeah, I mean, I remember the character, but don't remember how they were expressing the phrase. Oh, hang on. Yeah, my IME is active. That's why it was making. What? Okay. My IME was on. It explains why it was behaving weirdly.
昨日の余りを食べる。
天気予報を見る。
明日は晴れです。
彼女のバイオリンの演奏はすごい。
Oops. Oh.
道路の右側を歩く。
地蔵を作る。
んHey, that's why this is... Did I not type? Oh, I keep typing... How am I typing that? Hold up. Oh. Whoops.
エジプトに住む。
咳が出る。
今の気温は何度ですか？
このスプーンは私のものです。
ここは交差点です。
あなたには何かアレルギーがありますか
1グラムは1000ミリグラム。
これは大使館です。
Missing a syllable. Yeah, see, that's why this is... Yeah. Oh. Okay, there's a heckin' double entry. Let me find out if I can, like, go backwards. I can't. Like, I think that's an oversight on design when you hit a double enter instead.
ぶどうを食べる。
I disagree with not going backwards, at least one entry or two entries. it makes to me it makes for a for practice to me, where you think moving on is the only method of thinking about things. Moving things faster is antagonistic to me.
この家具はとても新しい。
消しゴムを買う。
私の好きな色は灰色です。
結婚して2ヶ月になる。
私はジャーナリストです。
Yeah, I think the most disappointing thing so far is not being able to double back to entries. That I don't like. Sweeping is, it serves a different function. When you sweep up your mistakes by moving forward. All right. That happened yesterday, actually, or maybe the day before. Was the first time it happened. Okay. I think that's it. That's gonna be what we're gonna do for today for Bunpro. And this stuff can stack up to whatever amount. We'll get through. We'll knock it down in a couple of days after. But today we gotta liberate some time for our 400-day review. Our 400-day tentative takes recording for HanziHero. That'll be it for today. Good, right? Most of the difficult problems are coming from katakana, right? The eigo, like. Yeah, the idea is there are specific syllables that are incredibly enunciated in. How many grammar points did you cover already? It's the same number of grammar points. No, we haven't changed it. Oh, this says 127 out of 130, but it's actually... Wait, did they add new grammar points? Hold up. No, I think that's just a counting error. But it's all the N5 stuff. February is practice month for grammar. So we only take our reviews from our grammar stuff when they come up. It's just the N5 group. And then I've already went over all of the timing, but at the end of February, all the N5 vocabulary will be complete, in which we start March's N4 thing. And N4 will be spread across 2 months, and then the third month will be practice, and it will take 3 months, or like technically 2 months, to cover the vocabulary. And then it will be, then at that time it will be May, or not May, June, and all the timing's already spread out in this. So it's just the N5 grammar. There's no how many points, just the N5 grammar. But that's what it is. Already went over that. Okay, so that's a wrap for Bunpro today. I think the most difficult part, obviously, would be the things that I haven't been doing, which is practicing loan words and how they are broken up intrinsically. So like these and do's, di, do, su are in the middle of words. When they're in the middle of words, I tend to omit them, largely because in English they are very short vowels, so you don't necessarily need them for things. So there are drop variables in English that are not dropped in Japanese, which actually ironically makes you sound more articulate. So like the journalists, you can get away with not having the least, like journalist, like journalist, like, but it's like list is so short that it's list journalist. So that's where I lost one of the syllables. So right, this would then become ri, su, and do, but it is, to me, it is off the na into the suto, so without the ri part. And that's kind of the stuff that I'm gonna have to look out for as I'm going. Most of the other stuff, like the ends, you know, the ends, you have to, or do, that type of thing. Ends and beginnings are fine, but it's really definitely in the middle where you're filling out the extenders, right? Extenders, and then the any e endings. They're it's where American English comes to make problems, largely because if you're going off sound, then sound is not going to help you there. It'll create interference. So I'm looking forward to looking at all the samples of the common loan words and see if I can grab a pattern of intuition, like I did with characters, where you look at a character and I'm like, oh, well, you know, it's probably going to sound like this and probably combining like this. So kind of, that's the new thing about the vocabulary. So a substantial number of the vocabulary in the N5 group, I would say at least 100 of them. 100 of them. I have like a Japanese kanji word to replace them, but, or like, they're not really replacements. They're more like translational synonyms. And by translational synonyms, I'm not talking about native speech or colloquialism, but translational synonyms. Right. So that's kind of the fun part right now on the vocabulary, trying to figure out if I can observe a tendency of dropping certain syllables in Japanese. So the whole mindset now is, what syllables or like what sound am I consistently dropping? And it's pretty clear a lot of things that I'm consistently dropping. Like any form of a kana with e, I'm dropping. Like we're talking about a more like a ri, for example, a ri, a ki. Whoops, that is the other way, like a key. And any of the e rolls is getting dropped in the middle of a word. So that's kind of rough. And then we have the obvious one, the cheap one, do and to, right? To, right? It'll be interesting to look at how many of these. I really like this format now because this is a different way to look at it. This is a different organization to WaniKani. WaniKani has a staggered weighted version, which makes it feel that we're doing different orders, different priorities, and then WaniKani avoids or attempts to avoid kana, like words that appear in kana exclusively. And it's kind of funny because that's actually one of the complaints of, you know, you have to complain about something. So I suppose one of the complaints is like they include kana words despite being a platform that focuses on characters. But it's kind of a bit irrelevant, if you know what I mean, when it comes to the comprehension of in the long run. Anyways, just a little commentary to fill up. I don't think I'm gonna bootstrap through the kana words, the loan words. Like, oh man, and you know, a nod to, what is it? Eji, right? Ejiputo, ejiputo, puto, ejiputo, or it could be ejiputo. Echipudo. Right. That's something to look forward to. All right. So that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you want to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap. And, you know, share your favorite loan words. By favorite, obviously, I'm not strictly talking about something you enjoy or something you like, but something that's preponderant, ever present, right? Something that leaves a lasting impact. You're always welcome. Come on by and share. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. And I'm gonna take a short break. Try to like walk around, get the blood flowing. Practice some scales, do a few backflips, check out my, make sure my time machine is still running. And then I'll be back for the 400-day HanziHero tentative take. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第400天。It is day 400, and we are here to record our 400-day tentative takes. And also, by sheer coincidence, 新年快乐, right? Happy New Year's for everyone. No, this is the right scene. So what we're doing is doing our 400-day tentative takes, and this is an interesting milestone, right? And also, right, Happy New Year for those who observe. Happy Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year. And we are going to go over the last 100 days of stuff. So let's get started. As a quick overview, I just did this a week ago for our 400 WaniKani session, right? Okay, so what are tentative takes? Ooh. Okay, what are tentative takes? So as a quick overview for tentative takes, these are my attempts to serve as reviews, right? Addressing reviews, you can call them summaries, a reflection, right? Retrospection, probably. Some of these words you'll probably come across, like what I've learned, etc. It is my attempt to provide some sort of review or summary for a long existing projects, because these apply to year-long plus projects. And it often addresses most of the frequently asked questions, and the usual facts, right? Observable facts, or quote, yesterday I'm going to take a page from James, the empirics, right? The things that largely others are inclined to be more interested in. Okay, so we break this up into 3 sections. Most of the time we have what I call the facts, right? That's the first level. This is purely the quote unquote the objective things. Things like duration, length, time, non-negotiable. They have already happened, right? These are the past observations. I start with this because that is the most superficial level, right? The very first introductory level, the most plentiful as well, and non-subjective interpretations that people look for. And then we enter our second section. The second section is the archetype. I call them the archetype section. And archetypes, in the manner of language learning, deals with the routine. Archetypes basically takes the facts, applies subjectivity, so this is an incorporation of my own experience, in order to present a reproducible, or an attempt to produce a reproducible model, right? Hence the archetype. And then the last section, and these are in no particular order, they overlap. I'm color coding them for expedited interpretation. The last section is personal. So now we're talking about purely subjective most of the time, right? You can see the progression is going from objective to objective and subjective, and then purely subjective. And these can address like hot takes, possibly hot takes, trends, and personal things, more or less. So that's the breakup for effectively every one of my formats now, be it opening opinions, candid conclusions, tentative takes. Those are my 3 separate places in which I attempt to gather all my thoughts prior to either the start of a project, self-reflection in the middle of a long project, and the conclusion or the wrap-up of an existing project. All of these follow the similar formats now, and no, they are not short. They are still incredibly long formatted because I don't think it's incredibly appropriate to summarize thousands of hours into 10 minutes. So I think it's fairly reasonable to try to summarize thousands of hours into a couple hours. I'm trying to aim for less than 5 minutes, and maybe in the future we'll take all those 5 minutes and compress them down into 30 minutes at most. I don't think I'll ever have a goal to try to reach like 5 minutes and 10 minutes. I think there are plenty of people out there that once it's reduced to like 30 minutes, what I like to offer or talk about are done much better, in my opinion, personally, much better by people who focus on that length. So when you compress something down to like 15 minutes, there will be higher overlap and competition for that presentation. And those people are light years ahead of me when it comes to being able to do that, because they have far more competition. And this is a general consensus when it comes to business models. The existing business model is that I'll quote Sanderson, actually. Is that his name? Sanderson? Yes. I've been watching some of his interviews and whatnot. Brandon, I think is his name. Sanderson, the person who like picked up the writing for Wheel of Time, and then he has a long existing fantasy. He's very influential in the fantasy writing thing. Like, to give you an example, it is far more lucrative and productive and even incentivized to write smaller pieces, a bunch of smaller pieces, than try to merchandise an extremely long piece. Like if you're comparing like an 800 page book of, I don't know, your favorite fantasy versus breaking up the same 800 books into like 8 100-page books, despite the volume consistency like between the total volumes, it is far more marketable and appreciable behaviorally and pragmatically marketing smaller bits. So for myself, that means also more competition, right? You have more competition, and that is both a good and a bad thing. In my opinion, the quote bad thing is that it doesn't reach my overall goal of trying to encourage people to develop skills that deal with long analyses like critical thinking, posterity, legacy building, like truly the long sense of skill building. However, it is also that I concede I'm also not excellent at that either. I believe whatever I'm doing now legitimately is not in demand, nor is it practiced in this way. So this is my attempt to kind of meet that challenge a little bit. And no, I don't expect this stuff to become popular in the future. I do expect that in every one person's ability, they should be able to do these skills for themselves, but not as a marketing tool, right? I'm not here to sell a crash course, shout outs to John Green and Complexly, a crash course on how to adequately invest in oneself's form of evaluation and review, and so these are often discovered and or practiced through like higher education or some sort of professional job that requires you to continuously improve yourself, right? Anyways, that's a little slight digression on why I do these things despite no one asking for it, because I do these, period. It's part of my life. I have to keep myself on my toes, make sure that I'm not becoming complacent and losing track of that also special incomprehensible input. I'm sure those people who enjoys comprehensible input understands what I mean by the I, not the I in input. Anyways, let's start off with the first section, which is our facts section, right? Our facts section, let's go over the facts. So it has been, this is our 400th session. So I'm using the word specifically session. So session is also equivalent to recording. That implies that it is not 400 days consecutively, because I did every year I take 5 days, five consecutive days off. For Otakon. And that is fed back into this. And during this time, we used vacation mode for our HanziHero stuff. So that was paused for those 5 days. Outside of that, we have done the sessions every single day. Now, up to this point, the vast majority, over 99% of the time, we complete what we will refer to as a 0-0 streak. However, due to the nature of 2026, I have implemented situations where we would specifically prioritize lessons over an optional bottom line of omitting reviews. So reviews have become optional, partially due to the load that I have via conversations, monthly projects. In order to juggle a fourth thing, I would opt out of reviews, and they can carry as much as possible. I can carry a very high volume when time permitted. It's not a limit of my endurance or my it's not a limit of my focus or my ability to answer and do my reviews. Is the time does not wait for anyone. So we're opting reviews. Like today we have opt out of our lessons even because of the time duration. Right, but largely we want to do our lessons is the bottom line, and then reviews can happen at any time in any volume for like the month of February. That is also true now for Bunpro, but Bunpro's review is the tentative take is not going to happen till March. But that is something that is factual and it has happened. So to give people an idea of what is occurring. And then to summarize the other things up to 400, I think we are almost covering all of our. So for sounds, right? For sounds, that has been completed for some time now, and we have associated things for 74 sounds, right? 74 sound related things, which we use pinyin here. And then for components, there are a few components left. At the moment, we're sitting at 503 components, right? And I believe there might be like 10 left. So that will be completed in its own right. And we're sitting at for our characters. As of day 400, we have 2,744 characters. For myself, in total, when it comes to the script, the script that is used between Hanzi and Kanji, it's about 4,000. We're getting like in the neighborhood of 4,000. And when it comes to combinations, and then we have words, of course. We'll talk about quite a bit about the word situation in HanziHero. It's at 4,544 as of today, right? So those are your facts, right? That's the common questions I get. How much of something? How many of the something, right? Where are you in the terms of empirics? But less so about empirics, but more about metrics. Nowadays, I feel metrics and empirics are not synonymous with each other anymore. Empirics, to me, deal with the actual measuring of the thing, not extracting the information from someone else situation. Metrics are like if someone told you they've been working for 400 days. Empirics have this implication that you were there for those 400 days and you were recording something of those 400 days. That's my personal subtlety. So when someone is doing empirical research, they are collecting the data. And then when they are looking at metrics, then they can acquire the metrics from someone else who empirically obtained them, right? So those are my nuances, for kind of like alluding to yesterday's long discussion about social constructs and the appreciation for the defining difference between objective and social construct. That to me, one of the themes is the idea that when you're able to measure something, you can measure them in a resolution that is appropriate, and that comes from experience. Oftentimes, empirics involve the experience of trying to measure the significance of something in an appropriate way. And we're talking about emergence during that time, the emergence between like what qualifies as a significant phenotypic difference versus measuring at a unit or resolution of genetics. That resolution of genetics is highly empirical when people are measuring it. However, it doesn't necessarily translate to the observation of empirics at the phenotypic level. That kind of thing, dealing with significance, right? So anyways, that's a little side plug for what we spent like 3 hours yesterday yapping about. So here's some of the stuff, and there are other frequently asked questions when it comes to facts. We talk about load a lot of times. So this is no longer, unlike WaniKani, which I could write as a point of contrast, but when it comes to load does not need qualifications in HanziHero for, again, 99% of the time. The load is straight across, it's flat. Every single day we have 20 lessons, and then it kind of trickles up every 2 or so months. Now we're sitting at the current thing. It would be a daily of 120 to 180 reviews stack on a daily basis. Now there will be bumps because month of February we're experimenting with something, but for more than 99%, this is what the load looks like. Straight across the board. This is straight flat. And this is specifically load in terms of volume. We're not talking about like the appearance of hardness, and this is not a measure of time. This is volume, right? Time, I would say from day to day, time feels like this, right? So when we're talking about like how much time is being used for the very specific things, there's a larger range. Some days we got pretty decent days. Some days we have long days, and some days go relatively quicker. But there is a bit of noise. The volume itself stays consistent 99% of the time, unlike WaniKani, right? Which is what I illustrated before. It looks a little bit like this, right? And then Bunpro follows the same trend. It's flat across the board, provided that I am not doing what I'm doing right now in February, which doesn't represent the majority of the things. Although Bunpro is starting up, you get lessons and volume consistent across if you're able to. And this is not really a fact, but more of an archetype. So let's throw in an archetype. One of the archetypes on the side, actually, this is more my personal take on things. Most people have talked to me about it, implying that this is the ideal. This is often the ideal workload graph. So I was given the impression that whenever you're thinking about spreading workload across, you're trying to create a consistent workload at all times. That's a little bit of my personal take. I'm given the impression that most people try to aim for this. And I've already shared my thoughts. My thoughts are yes, if you're focused on consistency. This provides a foundation for if you can increase something and decrease something, right? So to speak. Your goal oftentimes is people don't have a lot of things nowadays are normalized to be consistent. So you want to create that consistency. Now, is it ideal to me? The answer is no. It's a resounding no. Because when you become incredibly consistent and you're already like, that's a good thing. If you're not consistent enough and you're looking to develop consistency, that's excellent. However, it's not ideal. The idealism predicates on the idea that you make everything the same, like you approach this in every way. But what happens is, what I mean by this is, if you look at the time and then you look at WaniKani, this stuff, any hiccup is hard to adjust to. And it's not because you're incapable of it. It's largely when everything is expected to go as planned, consistent across the board, and evenly spread, you're not incentivized to figure out how to pick up your feet at some days, deal with things that kind of miss the mark on days, or you intentionally have varying workloads. Like, for example, when you have a job in which the workload can be front loaded, or you have periods like holiday seasons and whatnot, those are maladjusted when you expect that everything be consistent. So is it an ideal workload? No. Is it great for consistency? Yes, because it's the defining feature of consistency. So that's a little personal hot take thrown in there. Whenever someone says like, shouldn't you do this? Why aren't you doing that? It's phrased in a way that is suggesting that there's a better way to do things, and I disagree. Idealism is the bane of adaptivity. You do not adapt to anything if you're constantly focused on idealism. There's nothing else outside of idealism. And to me, that leads to a lack of problem-solving skills and a lack of critical thinking skills. If everything is ideal and everything's viewed as ideally necessary or sufficient, then you have no reason to think outside of that idealism. So whenever a hiccup comes along, it is negative, it is hard, it is easier to avoid them. And we kind of talked about this yesterday during Kiwami 3, when you're when you have a culture, a monocultural culture that always assume that the ideal outcome is always what happens. And what happens as a result of that is that any problems are either ignored or painted over. And that's not because humans are built differently. It's a human condition that humans are built similarly. When you have idealism that is constantly working, 95% of the time, then the other 5% will become insignificant. You don't necessarily need to build around them or solve those problems if most of the time it's working. So for myself, whenever it comes to learning things, I actually mix them up. I do a little bit of stirring the water, but I do agree that consistency is the dominant thing. So, however, I do not believe it is ideal. As in, you only do consistency. If you only do consistency, then rarely will you be able to adapt to problems. Because the moment there's a kink, it's going to take you a really long time to figure out how to solve those problems. Right. And when things derail, there won't be a chance for recovery a lot of times. So just a little bit of a tidbit on that. However, HanziHero does fulfill that. And right now, ironically or like coincidentally, despite me saying consistency is king, still like the majority of my stuff, this month is proving to be a really fun challenge. Like, I'm well rested right now, but I'm also 5 hours behind. Like, what I mean is 5 hours off my schedule. And then of course, some people like Procall ask, would this affect my drift in my circadian rhythm and that stuff? The answer is really no, because after 1 or 2 days, I will readjust, right? Because I have the ability to do so. And that's kind of one of the things about problem solving. If you're constantly expecting or always looking at an ideal way to stay healthy or however you are, any ruffle or destabilizing your homeostatic condition, it is often viewed from a concern or projection. And I really appreciate the concern. Obviously, it's from a place of compassion as well. And the idea is I can recover from it. Like, oh, that's okay if one day I spent 36 hours awake. It's okay if I skipped 1 or 2 meals here and there. That's the idea. Living and consistently idolizing a specific method, it's not a good or a bad thing. It's an excellent thing if things always go your way. And honestly, my life personally have taught me that most of the time I actually assume things don't go my way. And that's the idea of that confidence or that security that I feel. When someone says, oh, but what if this, what if that goes wrong? It's like, well, I'll learn to manage it. I will figure out how to work with it. When you're going about and you're thinking about doing something and you're constantly worried about what ifs, that's what I mean by viewing consistency as the ideal way to tackle something. If you're constantly working towards an ideal procedure or protocol before you start, the deeper you dive, the longer it'll take for you to do anything. And that's kind of the balance. So not ideal, but excellent. Consistency is excellent, right? It's sufficient. It's more than sufficient, honestly. It's above average. It's not ideal though. Perfection, we can go for like 2 hours on the concept of perfectionism, right? Perfectionism is an inherent quality of idealism when someone has done something enough times that they believe they are getting closer and closer to perfection. And for myself, I pick a new skill, right? Like you've done a skill for quite some time, you've entered diminished return, your consistency creates intolerance, right? Little kinks that used to be not a big deal have become very big deals because the minuscule, like the smaller differences are all that matters now when you're becoming mastery. In order to balance that, you humble yourself, or you reset yourself, so to speak, and enter another skill building exercise that have large waves and large errors, so that it can remind yourself that, yeah, it is very hard to be perfect in a skill that you've dedicated your entire life to. But don't forget that you are also dynamic and robust when it comes to problem solving when you started the skill that you have now like largely mastered. I think that goes with pretty much the concept, the underlying core concept of this paves to learning itself. Learning requires that you're able, in my opinion, to do all of these things. You're able to understand that when something is consistent, it's great. It's also complacent. When you stir the waters, somehow things become more rewarding, more challenging, and it itself can present consistency where there isn't consistency. And the consistency is being able to continue and, you know, power through things, feel good despite rocky roads, that type of thing. I think all of that, the thing that I'm describing is problem solving. Problem solving. This is a hot take. Problem solving and adaptation, right? Adaption or adaptivity, that is a optional skill now. Is optional skill due to the expectation of targeted idealism, which is pervasive on the internet. You use the internet long enough, everything is targeted towards you. So when you talk to someone, at least when you talk among your peers, it's very normal. When you talk to me, it's not normal. Like, I don't, it's not a bad thing. I don't see it as a normal behavior because when I see when someone says, oh, this is the best way to do things, no, it's not. That's all I can say about it. No, it's not. The whole idea of you having to convince me that something is the best of anything, I would by default make the assumption that I'm already doing it with you because it's the best. Right? And the way that's spoken, it gives me a clear indicator that the person is operating at a different mindset than I am. And that happens. Oh, I bring this up because it happens nearly every interaction with a new stranger when it comes to language learning. That somehow there's an ideal way to learn language, or a more efficient or best way to learn language, because there are certain ways that guarantees you to fail, right? Like there's no chance of success. And I agree with you if you assume that learning is consistent. If learning is consistent and it's not dynamic, right? Learning is absolutely static in every possible way that you understand, then yes, I agree with you. There are ways that will inevitably fail, right? I just happen to be not one of those people who think learning is consistently static. If you started learning something now, like for example, you see this graph, right? And the workload is flat. That doesn't mean I'm doing the same thing. Like, so I'm giving you the facts, and then the purple stuff, the stuff that's highlighted, that is the nuance of what I see in a graph like this that I'm presenting. The facts, the metrics, rarely ever tell you what's actually going on with the empirics of the data. So I am the person who is empirically doing the task. The person who are seeing the data are seeing the metrics that are recorded by the empirical observation of the person providing the information. So it is, in my opinion, personally, this is my own personal take, it is my personal responsibility to make sure that people do not misunderstand my metrics as best as I can. Obviously, it's not going to prevent misunderstanding. Like if I drew a flat line across the board and I tell them this is my volume, it doesn't mean that they're going to sit around and listen to, okay, well, this is just volume. Apparently, the facts that I'm interested in, like what I'm trying to illustrate here on this layout, is that I am giving the answers to the common questions that I get. And the idea is this good enough for you? If you can interpret and glean everything about me through these numbers, like, oh, this guy knows 2,744 characters after 400 sessions of HanziHero, that's reasonable efficiency. Like, I will go into HanziHero knowing that. I'm like, that's on you. That is your negligence. That is your, you're choosing to take that risk based on the metrics you have observed. And I like to welcome people and encourage people to know that when you do not stay for the rest of the things that I say, it does not explain what these numbers mean to me. Now, if you're me, like if you're my best friend or something and you read these numbers, you can probably predict what they actually mean because they are empirically observing me. Like, we are friends, so we have empirical observations of each other. And what happens is when we write a number, it means something different, right? It has nuance. But when a stranger offers numbers, it requires that you're assuming that you understand the stranger or your friend or your family member. So when I draw a flat line, like here, and a stranger comes in, it's like, oh, yeah, that looks consistent. It's like, does that mean that all your days are the same? No, the answer is no. Like, my HanziHero days are not the same. It looks the same if you're only talking about load, because you can measure load. Load is easy to measure, right? These metrics are easy to measure. Like, if I give you a better example, it's like someone looking at a streamer and say they have 10,000 viewers. And then they're looking at another streamer, that viewer has 5 viewers. And then you're saying, oh, that five person that has 5 viewers is obviously working less hard than the one working with 10,000 viewers. That's what happens when you look at metrics and not empirics. To be able to understand empirics, or the empirical process of observing and collecting data, it often gives the person experience to understand, well, there are many ways to explain that. I mean, the likelihood is that that other person is doing something that is not making them popular, right? So what other empirics can I collect to affirm that maybe this person is not working as hard as the person who has 10 million viewers, right? Or 10,000 viewers, or like 100 times more viewers. That's kind of like the exercise that I'm practicing here. What is one of the secret agendas of tentative takes? I'm trying to look at my facts. So I look at these facts as well. Like each day I log on HanziHero and I'm like, oh, hey, I learned 20 more characters, or I learned 7 characters and 13 vocabulary words on a daily basis, right? That's which I can write here, by the way. Typically, 99% of the time, this is the 20 lessons are made up of 7 characters. So 7 new characters, and then 13 vocabulary words. And the vocab is based on the characters of the previous week, right? That's the breakup. And that number, then I look at that number and I ask myself things like, is 7 characters too much? Is it too little? What's going on? Like, what does that 7 mean to me? That's kind of the exercise here. So these are covering most of the questions. Let me see if I'll add some additional facts because these things are going to be relevant. And one of the questions that often come up is, oh, do you have any other experience, or what else are you doing? And typically when they say, what else are you doing? They're talking about things that I do that's related to the goal. And that's HanziHero. So I'll include other things like at the time we speak, right? At the time we are speaking now. Let me grab the metrics here. So much like WaniKani, what's related to HanziHero is also kanji. So we will add kanji to the list, as well as the radicals. There are overlapping radicals, but let's just specifically highlight kanji. So kanji, we have 1,336 kanji from the courtesy of WaniKani, right? And these will, at the moment, if I had to, this is a bit of a guesstimation. So let's say I'm guesstimating 80% of it overlaps with a Hanzi. That number is actually declining at the later levels in WaniKani, but there's an 80% overlap in Hanzi. And when it comes to, we'll add radicals, right? Radicals from WaniKani. There are 441 of them, and the overlap is, I'm still going to put it around 80% of HanziHero's components. They're referred to as component. Right, so this is relevant stuff. And then lastly, to a lesser extent, there's also Bunpro. And Bunpro's overlapping is dealing with the idea of words, so vocabulary. And often vocabulary does have an overlap between Japanese and Chinese. And right now our vocabulary is sitting at 940 vocabulary. And these are specifically from the N5 group, right? And if I had to take a early measure, I would say 50%, approximately 50% of it has an overlap with Chinese. And I'm writing Chinese because it's not necessarily the characters, but the idea of the whole thing, the meaning and stuff. If I read the vocabulary and I think of it as Chinese characters or Chinese, like the way the meanings fold together, I can probably ascertain 50% of the vocabulary in the N5 group. So, and then we are not going to talk about English because this is a focus on HanziHero, but English does play into the whole vocabulary thing because there are loan words in Japanese. In Chinese, it's like less than 10%, where there's like transliteration that would present opportunities to apply English, right? So that's one thing we are getting at. And then as a personal share, right, I have done no additional grammar. So for the answering of the question, because oftentimes people would ask, oh, like drama gave me the opportunity to answer that question about Bunpro. Well, in Chinese, I don't do any additional grammar. Largely, my personal take on it is when you pass. So here's facts from previous within the 400 days of HanziHero, even earlier, like in Duolingo, the facts are during my Duolingo time, which was a year's time, right? As well as the last 400 days, right? Last 400 days. We have covered, or over the times, right? Over the times, we'll say, not with like the first, it's kind of harder to say this, but the first probably approximately 200 days of HanziHero, there were reviews. I was looking at sentences and I was looking at basic grammar, and I would say anything that accommodates like HSK 1 through 4 is where I am, where I have been for a while. And all the new discoveries, like stuff about HSK, if there are anything, HSK 5 through 6, which is like covering the span of colloquialism, right? Colloquial use. They are learned through reading sentences, just reading, hearing sentences. And as a personal take about this particular point is that I feel, I talked about this a bit, Chinese, the thing about Chinese is that a lot of the grammar is inherent to the understanding of the characters and the vocabulary past a certain point. So when you're thinking about like Japanese and stuff, yes, there are still things that you probably aren't as inherent or built in for Japanese, so I'm still reviewing those grammar things like conjugation and whatnot. In Chinese, those things don't exist, so to speak, but they kind of do. And the idea is through the understanding of characters and vocabulary, and then as you see them occur in sentences, the characters and the vocabularies themselves kind of carries that grammar and arrangement. It's kind of hard to internalize until one has experience it past a certain point, right? Anyways, that's my belief, hence the color. Okay. So all of that aside, that makes for a pretty decent summary, right? For the facts, I can probably think a couple more, but we're not trying to be comprehensive here on what constitutes as comprehensive facts. I try to think of off the top of my head as many common things that I can answer off the bat with facts, with metrics. So now let's go into our next thing, and that is our routine, right? Routine is the next set of information, and the reason why I separate it from facts, like archetypes, is largely because it's a combination of facts and the things that why I do it, and it's unique to me. So these aren't facts, so to speak. Not facts in the same way that other people like. Like, my routine is a part of my own experience, my subjectivity, and the objective facts of it being performed. So in no way, and I'm going to be very clear about this, and I'll iterate this multiple times, in no way am I suggesting that anyone's routine will look identical to mine, nor should you take it as a way of me suggesting that it is an ideal routine, right? It is what I do. It's a combination of my experiences. And I've talked about this before, about the human condition. The longer you live, the more experience and skills you have, the less and less likely that you would be able to reproduce what someone else is doing. The goal is to extrapolate as much of the information that you can use and apply, right? if I'm saying something like, oh yeah, you know, my parents are Chinese. The idea, I know this is a little bit preposterous, but it's to illustrate the point. If I said I have Chinese parents, then if you're telling yourself, oh, I need to get Chinese parents and grow up for like the first 18 years of my life with Chinese parents in order for me to do this routine, that's what I mean by how absurd it is. When someone thinks you're looking at someone's routine and you know nothing about that person or their background, and they didn't disclose any of their background and their experiences and thoughts, that's what I kind of feel whenever a grifter or someone is selling you something and they rarely ever talk about what is the reason why they do these things. To me, that's like trusting a snake oil salesman on faith alone, which you still can if you want, knowing that you can accept the risk involved or the loss of investment, right? I choose to do that. Whenever a stranger approaches me and, you know, there are other people who've been hurt, who've been betrayed, who ask me, so why aren't you cynical? I don't believe you. I don't believe that you always give chances to strangers who would otherwise take advantage of you and be cynical. And my response to that is, I choose to be able to lose things that I won't otherwise miss if they are lost. It's kind of like the idea of you invest what you can afford to lose, right? It's very different from someone who believes they're investing in order to gain what they need. Like, for example, when someone's investing, they're not necessarily investing, they're gambling. The concept is very similar if you're trying to bend words, but when someone gambles, they are using, like, for example, we'll use money. They're using money in order to gain money that they need. So they used money that they can't afford to lose in order to gain more money to get what they need. That creates cynicism. That creates the consistency of desperateness and fear of loss and all that other stuff. So how does this work in terms of business models? You attack that. So I am not going to be here and tell you that without understanding me, you're going to fail at language learning. No, you're not going to fail at language learning, at least in my opinion. Like, there are so many different ways to be successful at language learning. To me, if you ask me, what does your path of success to language learning looks like? It could be coincidentally overlapping with whatever I'm doing. That's fair, right? And if you know me long enough, maybe some of it will overlap because of our influence to each other. The idea is, if you're already telling yourself, no, I want someone to tell me how to be successful, then we are no longer on the same mindset or the wavelength. The moment someone tells me, like, and they talk to me like this, right? I've gotten this a lot, where someone comes up and they tell me what to do. They tell me how to be successful. And my first, often my thought is, well, how successful are they? Are they successful in the same way that I am successful to myself? Like, how do they know this? So those are going to be the first questions I would ask. Like, oh, how is your routine the best way to do things? May I ask, what makes you think the routine you're doing is the best way to do things? And they would say something like, well, you know, this successful guy that I've seen, they did this, and then lots of other successful people they were able to be successful because they used this method. I'm like, okay, and how's it going for you? And then can you tell me a little bit more about the guy? And then also, can you also explain to me what is the behavioral breakdown of all the people that they claim to be successful? Is there like a common trend between all of them? Is there a pre-selection problem? And is your results matching up with theirs? And then with that, can you describe all your results to me? Not some testimonial or some thing from the person who's selling you the thing, right? Because I want to understand that that person has empirics. They have the ability to evaluate their advice that they're giving me. And with that line of thinking, this is also why before I start this routine discussion, I want to tell people this is what I'm currently doing. And I hope that some of it can be inspirational, coincidental, corollary. It might sound like it's someone else's strategy. That's a pure coincidence. Because when I see someone's strategy, I'm almost 40 years old and I've dedicated most of my entire life to learning. So no, I have never felt like I was a master of anything, because if I was a master of anything in my life, then there would be nothing left to learn. So take it from my mindset that whenever you have something to say, I will definitely take it and ask you more questions. I don't think that is, as a minority voice, like in this situation, I don't think that's how people acquire informations and skill nowadays. They believe that knowing is mastery, and knowing is the same as empirics. I disagree, and that is a conflict of interest. You don't have to like argue against me like, oh, it's not true, it's true. I'm okay with you not believing that, right? Like, so if anyone comes by and say like, oh yeah, well, knowing the numbers is the same thing as collecting the data itself and like understanding what to do with the data, like, that's fair enough. Not here to gaslight you. However, if you want to know what I'm thinking, I disagree with you. If you know a lot of information, it has no intrinsic value until you demonstrate that the information you have actually has value. I know that sounded like a cyclic argument because I ask this all the time. When I'm presenting my information here, which I'm going to soon, very soon, when I map out my routine and talk about encoding, it does not have any intrinsic value to anyone else until they are able to empirically use it to create value of their own. So I don't agree with other people who sell things in the way they approach things. That doesn't mean they're not respectful. They're very skilled. Like, I really, with all due respect to them, they have their own opinions and how they work. But when I share information, I'm not going to tell you, and I'm not going to guarantee you that it has value. I want to encourage you to see the value in it. And it is up to you to determine, for whoever in the future, even my future self, when I turn 50 from now, and if I look back on this, I want that person in the future, my future self, to see that in those years to come, that I have found additional value in the information and the stuff that I practice now. Because knowing does not provide value. Doing and applying it, outputting all your hard work and inputting, creates that value. I think it's so underappreciated nowadays, where you can sit there and consume for hours of TikTok, podcasts, YouTube videos, and then convince yourself that there's some value behind it. And yes, it's valuable when you're hurting, right? Like, I spend a majority of time in the other landscape where someone is hurting, they're sad, and they're trying to vicariously live through other people. That's a whole different situation that produces emotional value. But when it comes to skill building and learning, you are not learning anything if you have no application of any of the information you have. So when you're trying to tell someone something, use that information to build something, right? Like, if you watch the movie, for example, and you love the movie, then you looked at the movie and you're like, oh, you know what? I can come up with theories and fan fiction. I can also try to predict the future of what they're going to make, and then you share that information with someone else, and then you brainstorm together to make other fan theories together. That is the value that spawns from information. When you consume, it inherently may give you emotional value, you know, like, oh, it was entertaining, it was fun. That's great. That's something that's inherent to you, right? Like, it still can be in that way. It's, to me, and this is somewhat of a competition, to me, that is the beginning. Like, when you enjoy a movie, for me, I would ask you, how did you enjoy it? What was it that you enjoyed? Because the moment you're able to consume something and share it with me in a way that you have created, that is far more valuable than saying, oh, I did it, and that's the end. I understand that's what the internet loves. Like, there was this comment when people were talking about video games. People are addicted. They're not addicted to video games. They're addicted to progress. And more so addicted to any form of progress. And oftentimes, the most addictive ones are the ones that are easy and cheap. And I'm genuinely implying an inferior in quality, but higher in quantity. So what is an inferior, cheap form of progress? Counting how many kanji you learn. Counting how many radicals you learn. Drawing a graph of your daily streak. So these are the cheap but abundant versions. Now, you can definitely still achieve many things with this. And I'm not taking a jab and a dog at something that's easy and cheap. Easy and cheap means it's efficient, it's high in quantity, and you can access. It's incredibly accessible. That's what makes it casual, right? This is casual friendly. All these facts that I've placed up here is casual friendly language learning. Where do you want to start? Casual friendly language learning, right? When you play a live service game, casual friendly metrics and forms of progression. And then when you decide this is good enough for casual friendly, then you find other source of progress. And the other sources of progress is exactly what I'm doing now. I have to wait and do something with all of these things that go up every day, and in 100 days, which is approximately 500 hours or more, then I go to do this. And I said this before, this is the most rewarding part of practicing a skill and working on it. Because now this is worth 500 hours. I'm trying to make this worth 500 hours. And that's what I've been practicing and working on. No longer is it, oh, I learned 2 extra kanji, right? Great. I learned 2 extra kanji in 1336. It's getting smaller and smaller. These are casual friendly things. Casual friendly things will no longer be satisfying. They are rarely ever progressively satisfying to a person who has committed so long and so much work. So my thought is you can still have all of this, but treat yourself well. Like, in my opinion, treat yourself well. Find other avenues of output that transforms all the things you have into valuable things. Like, you want to smile when you're getting closer to your birthday, right? You want to smile because you've been working on a costume for Halloween for 6 months because of that one day. That's kind of what I mean. I think that's lost a lot of times online. Like, when someone asks me, why do you yap for 8 hours straight about your 100 days of things? No one cares. It's like, that doesn't matter if no one cares. I care. Because if you can do that for yourself, no one can really stop you. Like, I mean, at most they're gonna say like, oh, you're just trying to pep yourself up and be arrogant and stroke your ego. It's like, well, yeah. Like, have you stroked your ego before? Like, what I mean by that is, we're not talking about this stroking with cheap, addictive, easy, reproducible ego stroking, like things that everyone else can do. We're talking about this. Like, I mean, hands down, I will want to learn from someone who can do everything that I'm doing right now in this 100-day review and then do more on top. If that is possible, I'll challenge anyone, even my future self, if they can find someone who said exactly the same things that I said, covered all the particular points, all the disclaimers and everything else, and they did that and more, then I can admit and I will sit down, lower my ego, and be humbled by how rudimentary and reproducible my process is. That would give me an opportunity to improve my reward system. However, I would say 99.9% of the time, it doesn't matter who cares about what I'm doing now. It's the opportunity and the privilege, and I really do mean this. If anyone finds anything that I say within this time period interesting or life-changing, or like it could be like a granular motivation and stuff, that's extra. Like, I don't do this with the intent of selling something. I do this because I want other people to understand you should do this for yourself too. Because otherwise, I don't see why you're spending so much time learning Japanese and like spending so much time doing something without reminding yourself of how much you've done, what it all means. And maybe one day you can find one or two friends who like, oh man, we're like life partners. Let's go and do things together as well. Like this is legacy building. It's the part that I often feel has been super hot take. What substituted all of this part now? Trackers and machines. Well, when a machine and tracker does all these things, you're not empirically doing any of it. Like the process of creating reward and understanding the meaning of your reward and stuff, you're no longer active in that. That number becomes detached from your observation of progress. It is still a form of progress, but now it has become easy and cheap and in high quantity. So now you have what I call, for those who are interested, I don't even know if there's an official name for this or this syndrome or something, but it's a uptrending, maybe mental challenge that's happening. And that is the inundation of metrics. There's such a hyper fixation. I call it a hyper objectivity. There's such a hyper objectivity on the internet now that those numbers have replaced the human ability to understand what those numbers mean anymore. So whenever someone tells me, oh yeah, I got more viewers for doing this, I'm like, okay, so what are you going to do about it? What did you learn from that? It's like, well, I'm just going to do the same thing and see if the number goes up. Like, okay, but how do you know what the same thing is? And what are you going to do? It's like, well, I'm just going to repeat whatever I did before, only like maybe slightly change it, but continue to repeat and see if the number goes up. Okay, so the person has come down to the point where they don't critically think and adapt like concepts. They adapt by trial and error, simulation, simulations and more. So at some point, when the number keeps going down, they also don't have conceptual understanding of how to make the number go back up as well, because what they do is they take whatever they did previously and they do it again with slightly different and hope that the number goes up. And for the record, that works really well. When you're a workhorse and you just happen to hit on a trend that works really well, that works. And if you're wondering, okay, well, that's not so bad, like I do that, we're good. And then all I can think about is, okay, so what are you complaining about then? About the gaming industry? What are you complaining about greed? What are you complaining about corporate finances or like geopolitics or whatnot? Because as far as I know, the thing that most people gripe about, like especially like Kiwami 3 and like gaming in general, like what you call it, creative bankruptcy. Most people, even their reviews, pot calling the kettle black, even the reviews are creatively bankrupt. Like when you write a bad review, check out all the other bad reviews. They are consistently patterned, right? So no, it's more like it affects everyone. So if you're talking about creative bankruptcy, try reading your own self-evaluation or your attitude or whatnot, because as far as I know, I haven't been able to really reproduce the same thing at every tentative take. They're usually unique in some way, or vigorously and liberally unique in some ways. Like I didn't say this during my WaniKani review, right? Or my WaniKani tentative take. All right. Anyways, enough droning. We're gonna go into our routine. So with all that said, hopefully some part of that helps remind myself that I should not be too confident in presenting and asserting that what I do is the best way. Life would be, honestly, I can't even express how boring it would be if I said, oh, hey guys, let me show you my routine. This is the best way to do HanziHero, or however I qualify it, down to the T, and then I convince myself in the future that that's all I have to do. That's so boring to me personally, right? It's not your opinion, it's my opinion in this case. It's boring when you say, yeah, that's the best I can do. Like, that's a wrap. No, in another 100 days, it's probably going to be different. So let's go over what's the current routine. And this will go pretty quick because I kind of already practice how I lay it out in WaniKani, so I can like work on top of that, right? So our current routine. So first thing we're gonna go over is encoding. I didn't do lessons today. It would have been nice if I did the lessons today in HanziHero, so I can like really iterate on the things. So encoding, the first thing I do is you see the character, right? So you see character. So in my field of view, it's either the character or the radical or the thing. And then we then break down, are there components? Again, components is the term that they use for radicals, right? That means that I'm actively recalling the components. This is an active process because the characters themselves don't necessarily have those words. So we're talking about active component recall in English. The components themselves and the radicals and the characters themselves are supplied. So they are triggered, right? So the characters themselves are the trigger. This is kind of a passive process because it's more passive because you need the characters to show up in order to recall something actively. So the trigger is the character and the components are the active part. And then we look at sound, and this is kind of unique. I would argue that this is unique. For me, this is a bit more unique to Chinese. And that's the idea that the next step I would look at is, does it look like what it sounds like? Or does it look like a sound? That's something that is in my new current routine. So I look at the character and I'm like, what does it look like? Like the way it sounds. What does that look like? And I often check. So this is a active process. Once again, we're trying to keep it as active as possible. I look at the radicals and I look at the characters. I'm like, it could sound like a way. I mean, there's a little bit of way here. There's a little bit, and what happens is this active component, right? This active component is also sounds of other words. So now I'm actively recalling other characters. So I'm defining the characters with other characters. So when I see a when, what is the most basic when that I have? When? The most basic when would be something like this. Right? So that's what I mean. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm double dipping. So I'm double dipping as in, if a specific character / radical or component is a common thing, I want to use it as quickly and as fast and practice as I can. Some people may say, like, here's my personal take on this, because I've been asked this a lot. It's like, isn't that a waste of time? That seems very inefficient, right? Right. This is a very common question, or implied. And my answer to that is, well, let's think about frequency. Ask yourself, how often are you going to do this? And my answer to this is, I chose these two steps because those are going to be used. That this process is applicable to every single character I'm ever going to look at. Like every new character for like the foreseeable future, right? Until I exhausted all the characters, or like exhausted a substantial number of characters. Since day one, the goal is to do this. You look at it, and that's why it never goes away. Like when I look at a character, it's like someone would say, oh, you know, it's too frustrating, it's too tedious, like it's such a waste of time. Like, but every time you do this, if you're going to have to do it again and again, you could tell yourself, no, you don't have to, and then don't, right? That's kind of how people do it. In WaniKani, for example, lots of comments happen. I don't, in HanziHero it's about the same, but a lot less on the forum. What they would say is, oh, you just need to get your training wheels. It's your training wheels, and then you just forget about the mnemonics. You never have to use them again anyways. You can think that way, and that's perfectly fine. Like, it works that way. And then when that person says, oh, I forgot something, but now I don't remember the mnemonic. Exactly. So understand that there's no right way to do this or wrong way to do this, and efficiency be darned. If you don't do anything and you don't overlap your processes, it doesn't get faster, and also it doesn't get retained. So if you tell yourself, oh, I'm just gonna use this mnemonic device until I get like 100 characters and then I'm just gonna dump it, that's your responsibility. Understand that when you dump it and you tell someone that mnemonic system is inefficient, you can't say that to someone who has done it 1,000 times, or for 1,000 characters, or for 3,000 characters. So understand that when you tell someone that, oh yeah, you know, the mnemonic, it was okay, but it was inefficient and a waste of time anyways in the beginning. It's like, how many have you done? Because you have to tell them the context and your mindset that's involved in it. If you didn't believe in a mnemonic system being fast or efficient or practice, then you have to disclose that. It's like, oh yeah, you know, my idea was I was gonna do it for like a little bit and then I learned something. So what did you replace it with? Right? The next question you would have to answer is, okay, so you got rid of the mnemonic system and now you're learning differently. How is it different? Like, what did you do? That's a great way to explain what did you replace it with. So for me, how did it change? It changed like this. There was a time when I was still having to learn the components and learn the radicals. Like whenever I look at a character, I'm like, okay, so this component is like a brush, and what was this component? Was it like a leader or what was that? Now it's like I look at it and I'm like, I see 4 components. Okay, well if you combine all of them, it has to be this. Like what I mean is I don't even go through 90% of the steps. They're intuitive. So whenever you're talking about human behavior, if you don't do something long enough, then you have no empirical observation to know that it's either inefficient or not. Like, I can assure you there are many things you do in your life that are incredibly inefficient objectively, and yet they are the most efficient things you do, right? How you eat. Like, if you really want to know what is the most efficient way to prepare a meal, is to not prepare the meal at all, right? And yet, what do you see people do? You see people celebrating the cooking of the meal. So try to keep that with a grain of salt. So for myself, one of the most rewarding parts of HanziHero was that Kevin used a system that was organized routine where they use like a webbing system. So that's what I'm doing here. Whenever I see a character, I web it, and as a addition, we have to remember that anything extrapolated from WaniKani also exists in parallel. So whenever I look at a character, which I did today during my WaniKani lessons, whenever there are lessons, I look at a character, a kanji, and I'm like, oh, that's a shun? I wonder what shun lines up with. It could be anything. In this case, it was Jew. Like, oh, alright. I suppose. And then there were times when it's like, oh yeah, that's a mien as an excuse. Mien, excuse. And I'm like, that's probably men in Japanese. And it turned out to be men in Japanese. And guess what it means? Excuse. So, webbing. You actively do webbing. So, webbing is my theory about neuronal connections. When you create a web and you overlap as many sequential information together, it reinforces each other. So every time I'm actively looking at a character and look at the sound, I'm also doing it for kanji. So every time I'm doing kanji, I'm doing hanzi. So yes, I'm not practicing with sentences, but when I do sentences, I will do similar things. I will compare Japanese sentences with Chinese sentences. When you're translating, you're comparing English sentences with Japanese sentences. It's laborious, it's inefficient, it's extra steps. When you tell yourself you don't want those extra steps, then you won't be able to do those extra steps well. That's perfectly fine, right? For me, it's how I reinforce retention. So retention goes up at the cost of, I guess, quantity amounts, or like at the cost of speed. Like a lot of times people argue like, well, then you won't be able to speak fast enough or read fast enough. My question is, how fast or how slow do you think that you need to be in order to be satisfactory? Because I need to know that. When someone says, oh yeah, you're always going to be translating in your head, it's like, yeah, I know. What do you think I'm doing right now? And then someone would say, well, that's not true. There's no way you're translating in your head right now, because how could you do it fast enough to have this conversation? Like, it's the same way as how I can form multiple conversations in my head and think about what to say next while currently saying the current thing that I'm saying now. I have 3 or 4 topics that I could go into right now. Right? Like, there's no break period or broken idea period in 90% of the time when I'm forming an idea, because yeah, something that is inefficient and can lead to new places, and you have to take new information and improvise that new information. Well, through practice, even that becomes sufficient, at least sufficiently fast enough when you're engaging in communication. So maybe you could argue I'm built different. I don't think so. I think there are plenty of times in my life where I've been assessed, like not assessed, but examined, right? Analyzed to be a relatively average person. Like if at most, I'm above average in terms of some sort of baseline genetic inheritance for like superiority or whatever you want to argue in terms of genetic diversity, right? I don't think it's outside of the reach of a person. So whenever someone comes on and dogs someone else by saying, yeah, it's inefficient, there's no way you're going to be able to make it work. And I'm like, here I'm thinking, man, it's hard to even fathom how something can be so inefficient and a human can do it. You guys ever seen Morse code? Like truly see like someone communicating in Morse code, like it's or someone doing texture art where they would individually do every painstaking thing, and somehow that person could possibly produce that piece of artwork before I could even draw like something remotely like it, and with less strokes and more efficiency. So in my opinion, do not discount your human capabilities. People don't have to be savants or Renaissance men in order, sorry, that's a little misogynistic, a Renaissance person in order to do these things. The idea is finding ways, personally, to reach the efficiency that you want, which I don't know what that is, and also the retention that you want. And though these steps, I favor retention. So like if I had a 80-20 split, I wrote 20-80, 80-20 split, 80 of it is retention. And the 20% that I lose, that's lost value. It's a response. The other 20% is a response to the times, the things that I need to do. And if they never occur again, they are lost, right? So they no longer have value. And I try to, the way I can offset this is I try to record this stuff. So then I can remind myself through legacy that is lost, but I have done it before. What does this 20% represent is this. This 20% is the easy, cheap progress. The other 80%, hard, inefficient, rigorous, rewarding, smile on my face, up and down, hardcore retention. And you might be thinking, okay, so what does that look like? Remembering people's names, having discussion with people, trying to help people solve their problems, smiling, trying to figure out more ways to make people happy, or making new friends. All of those things are hardcore retention problems. The other stuff, like what my streak is, like how many kanji I learned, that's for recording purposes. You literally have trackers for those things. They're cheap, easy, and filled with quantity. So whenever someone asks me like, so how well do you think your experience have taught you? Like, you streamed on Twitch for 7 years. Like, what have you learned? What is the value of doing it? Because the question they're asking is, they're looking at me and they're like, your average viewership is 0.4 viewers for 7 years. I'm like, so why are you doing it? What's the point? I'm like, it's 80% of it. It's to practice something so that I can use those skills later. Or actually, I'm already using those skills. They just happen to be not applicable to Twitch. So what am I doing on Twitch? I'm recording. What am I doing on YouTube? I'm recording the things. So those things I won't remember. Like, anything that doesn't come up in like playing video games, right? The act of playing that video game, it probably falls in the 20%. Like the nitty gritty details of this specific thing, it will fall under the 20%. The 80% is, what is the meaning of that video game? What are the experiences that I have to painstakingly repeat and reiterate and transform each and every time to keep them with me? My memories. So to illustrate, 2 or 3 days ago, I'm gonna say like 4 or 5 days ago, that person, a person that I know that I talked to recently, came back and she basically said, wow, you really want to mention this at every opportunity. It's like, well, the truth is, no, I didn't mention something at every opportunity, but it is also true that I'm trying to mention it at every opportunity, because the more I mention something, the more I transform that something. That is the most important part. What that person was implying when they said, oh, I always mention this, is that it's the same thing. And that's a person that I understand likes cheap, accessible progress. And they do not understand how long, consistently work and skill building will become rewarding in the long run. And you know what I know about that person is that that person does struggle with almost all of these things. So whenever someone tells me like, oh, I was here and the last time you mentioned the same thing. Oh, it sounds like you mentioned this all the time. It's like, how do you even possibly know how asinine that sounds? Like over 5,000 hours of conversation, and you happen to be witness me say the one thing twice for 1 minute in 2 instances, and you have concluded that I say that all the time. That to me is the symptom of easy and cheap tracking, because people don't hard track things anymore, right? Like when you're saying you learned 10 characters a day, have you learned 10 characters? Like, is that it? Is that the limit of your observational skills? You learn 10 characters and that's all you need to remember. The only thing you're responsible for is, as long as you learn the 10 characters, you have progress. Like, well, yes, it's true. That is progress, right? Like, that's the minimum amount of progress with the tracker you have. What else can you do? Like, for me, I could do all this. We could do all this while learning the characters. It's not Japanese, obviously, and it's not Chinese. I'm not saying all of this in Chinese. Maybe one day I could do half of it in Chinese, like start talking about these numbers in Chinese or something in the future. But at least I'm putting in more effort, understanding what my progress looks like, than someone who says, oh yeah, you know, I beat this game. And with all due respect, those people are happy. Like, you can be sufficiently satisfied with saying you beat a game, and that's it. It can end there, and then you can move on to the next game, because there are so many video games, for example, to complete. That's fair. That doesn't change the nature that it is easy and cheap to do that. You get a lot of cheap things, and it can build up to a lot. It can add up, right? If you make $1 in 1,000 instances, it is still $1,000 in one instance that requires an potentially proportional amount of time. Unfortunately, in reality, that doesn't quite check out. It's often not one-to-one, right? And I've already illustrated this with the whole book sale thing, where if you read a book, an 8,000 page book, it is likely less pragmatic and less useful in this day and age for behavior and consumption than selling that book in 8 different 1,000 page books. So reading 8 1,000 page books is more lucrative, more pragmatic, less expensive to make, and also higher in profitability than printing and publishing an 8,000 page book, a singular 8,000 page book. So whenever someone goes in, oh yeah, this game is taking 10 years to make versus this game is like being released annually, all of that checks out, right? Live service games versus GTA 6, right? It's exponential, and its reward often is not quite exponential anymore because of the people who consume it. So whenever you have a game that's a once-in-a-lifetime game that's released in 10 years, it still does not capture the immense value of that game, right? Despite all of the stuff that I'm talking about. So for me, whenever someone says, oh yeah, well, I got to get through my lessons, like I got to get 20 new things every day, and I'm like, well, are you getting the same value? Like, if you get 20 new things every day, it makes you feel good. Yet, when you keep getting 20 new things, you know them for a temporary amount of time, and then you feel awful because you forgot a percentage of those 20 new things. So is it worth more to you to remember 7 new things and not have to forget a smaller percentage of them based on what you're doing? Is that more rewarding in the long run than forgetting 13 of those things despite knowing the 20 things as you're progressively going? That is a question you have to answer yourself. When someone is upset and say, it's so frustrating that I keep getting stuck on the same character, and then they're like, oh, but I need to make myself feel better by inundating myself with new characters. And my first thought is, well, your approach is also creating your detriment. And that is who I'm typically speaking to when I talk about those who are addicted to easy and cheap progress. It works when you are, in fact, sufficient in this. There are people who thrive on easy and cheap progress, and they make it work. And then there are people who are addicted, right? The difference is I'm using the description of a habit. Addicted versus habit. And I talked about this before. An addiction is non-sustainable. A habit is. And the routine that I'm describing is my habit. It's not an addiction. Because no matter how often I do this, I can keep on doing it. It's not taking away from me. Like, it hasn't reached what I call the scalability problem. So recently though, I did hit a scalability thing. So now I'm trying to tackle how to improve it. But this is the routine that will serve me probably till the end of HanziHero, because I don't reach a scalability problem here. I haven't reached a point where my accuracy dropped, like my retention and time dropped below a threshold, an arbitrary threshold that I have determined, which is about 95%. So if I'm looking at a character and I draw a blank on more than 5%, then I aim to find what's wrong with my routine. So that's kind of one of the hallmarks. Okay, so I look at the sound, and then it's usually looking at the meaning, right? So each character now we have to actively recall the meaning. And the meaning is an active recall in English. So we're talking about the character meanings. Oftentimes when it comes to vocabulary, or then of course the radical meanings when it comes to the characters. And that's an active process too, right? You look at it, so I look at that front page, and it takes about like 10 to 15 seconds at this point, because lessons like, oh, okay, all right, now, and then of course then we look at, since we got the read and the meaning, or like a tentative meaning, right? Then we check, and now we check, and that is we check the mnemonic. It would be presented as a mnemonic. And of course, the definition is underneath. And I read the mnemonic. And afterwards, I adjust. We do adjustment. And the adjustment is where most of our time is when it comes to the encoding process. Adjustment deals with the act of reframing. So reframing the context. And that includes my own mnemonics. And that's it for encoding. And this is where WaniKani and HanziHero splinters. The adjustment when reframing context, WaniKani used a near rhyme situation where every kana has an analogous sound, like ah being app and apple, u being you, like you, the letter U, or like ryo being row. So those are the system that I extrapolated or extracted from WaniKani, and I kind of like tweaked it to match my own framing system. So for adjustment for HanziHero is very similar, where the system to quickly highlight the stuff, the system comes with, it creates a initial, tone, final system. And the initial is a person, we'll say subject. The tone is the position. And then the final is the location. Right? And these combinations, subject, position, and location, they all go through their separate archetypes. They all have individual archetypes now. Here's one hot take that I will probably have to address here. And the hot take is many people look for a pre-existing, they believe that the value of an app, right? The value of an app is often somewhat correlated to its content. And its content involves having an ideal, pre-constructed context. So oftentimes any adjustment, right? Any analog adjustment is perceived as a waste of time. And I'm mentioning this is because I disagree, but like opinionatedly, like subjectively disagree. And here's my thought about it. So I already mentioned that HanziHero, Kevin's structure is to create an initial, a tone, and a final. and then the subject, position, and location. These are set, like I've embraced this. These are set in stone. So that would be part of the value system, right? It's the content. So, and they're assuming that it's ideally constructed, as in you do never, when you invest in something, you don't have to change anything because that's what you're paying for. You're paying for this. You're paying for a system that you never have to change. You have the trust and understanding that when you pay for something, it always works out, ideally, right? This is an ideal value system, idealistic value system. So for myself, I didn't do that. What I did was, when there's a subject, post, and location, after thousands of hours, I adjusted thousands of hours. I went through this adjustment period. So last review, during the 300 day review, right, I went over as many of the archetypes as possible. So we listed every single initial and talked about every single position and every location, and each one of them created a modified individual archetype. So when I was learning, like, SpongeBob or Xena or the basement and the English manner, I practiced all of these things. It's already part of my routine. I check all of these things, right? I check the mnemonic, then I adjust for the mnemonic and the meaning and whatnot. So through that adjustment, over time, they became more and more accurate. They became easier and easier to make. So while I was learning Chinese, like reading traditional Chinese, my routine that is involved in recalling this stuff became more and more efficient because I spent time on it. So like when I'll illustrate one way of idealistic value. One of the most common criticisms in HanziHero is someone's gonna say like, but I don't know anything about SpongeBob. Can you add a feature to change SpongeBob so that it can become something that can be something that I understand? It's like, no one cares about Xena. Like, who knows what Xena Warrior Princess is, right? That is idealistic value. Now, that's not to say that it wouldn't have higher value if coincidentally whatever the person created was exactly you. But how many times is anyone exactly you? So the idea is, it's a literal of column A and a column B. I took whatever Kevin had and I invested more time because it's already part of my routine. I have to adjust the mnemonic, the meanings, the characters, the components, and the sound every single time I look at a new character. Every single day, every lesson. So any single time I say, oh, well, no, I'm okay with this. Yeah, I'm okay with this, but I want to change this part. Okay, this part is now consistent with this part, but maybe I should retroactively change this part. So every one of those tweaks, slowly and surely over 1,000 hours, it's actually 10,000 hours now, but the idea was thousands of hours. What happens is minor tweaks ended up becoming a heavy thing. So now I could list all my initials and I can tell you the 3 or 4 qualities of the subject, the 3 or 4 qualities of the position, and the 3 or qualities of the location, and how the subject interacts with the position of that location to create an archetype that when I have to make a mnemonic, it is unique to every single one of those characters. Because there are enough permutations now aligned with my individual archetypes that can accommodate the scalability problem. The scalability problem was what I was trying to assess. Because in the beginning, right, you can't tell if there's a scalability problem, right? You don't know everything. You don't know a lot of things yet. If you have 10 characters to remember, you only need 10 combinations. When you have 4,000 characters, then things will get a little redundant. There will be interference, there will be overlaps. So my scaling and my grooming is part of my routine. It becomes slightly more elaborate to get ahead of the scalability problem. That's how I approach sentences. Like, how am I going to get from words to sentences? How am I get from sentences to paragraphs, or go from paragraphs to sentences? Breaking down and building up have scalability bridges that you have to make. That's what I was talking about yesterday when someone was talking about genetic differences as a measure of phenotypic differences or classification. That a phenotypic classification was unceremoniously qualified as a form of social construct versus genetic metrics qualified as empirics. Those are two different scales of measurements. They are technically two different scales of empiric observation, right? So in this case, I needed to make sure that my components scaled well with my characters and the sound they have, and like the what I foresee might be a problem, right? And then I kept checking. So my routine encompasses a self-checking iteration. If I notice that it's having a scalability problem, is often whenever I encounter, wait, this sounds like this, and then this sounds like this, so how the heck am I gonna know which one's which? I'm getting them confused. I adjust it. So my archetypes is built from the foundation of Kevin. Kevin might have covered all those things, and then he went on and do other things and did it a different way. So I took a system, and if I see weaknesses and pros and cons and whatnot, I assess it myself, right? I don't go into something and say, oh, idealistically, this will work out perfect. Man, this will work. All the products that I've ever bought made by humans will work out perfectly, right? Because I'm exactly like that human. The person that I'm buying the product from, I can predict everything about what that person is. I mean, I can't even do that with my closest friends, let alone a stranger who's selling me a product, right? And then the stranger selling me a product by telling me partial information without even revealing what their motivations and their design choices are. You don't have time for that. So naturally, you would accept the consequences that most of your value system is part you, the value you're getting and generating out of it, and whatever valuable things you find in the other person. So for myself, this is what I used as well with WaniKani. Only WaniKani's system was a little bit different, right? It used kana and it tracked kana with a near rhyme. So that's what I did. And then I constructed it in a way that archetypically I can reproduce it in a way that addresses the scalability problem of the 2000 kanji that WaniKani is trying to teach me. So that's, or not really teach me necessarily, but expose me to through memorization, right? Repetition. So that's how we go about this. And that is the encoding process. It actually hasn't really changed that much because we're like nearing the last leg, and there's like where are we at? 2,744 characters. There are roughly 1,236 more characters to go, roughly that. And the amount of scalability can accommodate the last 1,000 plus, and that's good enough for me, right? So my system is covering, well, roughly, like if I had to make a prediction, it'll scale up to like 95% of the 4,000, roughly 4,000 characters. And that's sufficient. And it's sufficient in a way that I actually became more efficient doing all of this than I originally started. So not only am I doing all of this now, I've done like one step of this before in like twice the amount of time. So now I'm doing all of this in half the amount of time, and I've done all of these steps without fail most of the time. every single time. So that's a testament to how efficient someone can get. Anyways, that's an encoding. We want to be brief about the... I didn't go over practice, so like the review as in-depth because I covered it in previous 100-day reviews. So want to cover that quickly, which is practice, right? I call it practice, and these would be our reviews. So reviews are more or less, when you think of reviews, they, in HanziHero, still the same process. So this process, same, right? Same here. Then we skip over sound, right? Actually, I take it back. I forgot. We always do the first check. So the first check in practice is we test our intuition. So intuition is like practically a millisecond, or 1 or 2 seconds. You test intuition check. So I would say like feel. It's like, what does it feel like? All right, got it. So that ends. So practice is when I don't have to do all the steps, right? When that fails, we go and do our character check. Right, we do character check. And character check is a combination of the embedded routines that I talked about. So we're talking about WaniKani, Duo, and the HanziHero method. So we do a character check based on that, which is kind of what the encoding process is for, right? And if the character check does not produce either the results, obviously this can be also a radical check, like a component check or vocabulary check. Then we push. So I take my best guess, or like my current guess is what I would say. We current guess, and then we push. The way HanziHero does it is it just comes back around randomly, like within the next 3 or 4, and that's fine. The idea is to space it out, because this is the troubleshooting loop. Now we're doing troubleshooting loops. So this whole thing right here is all of the above process. And if it fails that, then we enter the troubleshoot loop. And I talked about this in WaniKani in a different way. Then current guess, then you push. And then you rotate back. So you go back when it comes back up and see if you can get at it again, right? All the while when this is happening, I would then spend extra time ascertaining what type of error is it. Right? And I kind of broke it down to several tier systems. Usually I roughly four tiers. This is fail intuition, right? At these steps, there's basically just 3 steps. So you fail at intuition. There's not much to intuition other than it's not correct, right? Not correct. So then I would ascertain, is it a mnemonics problem? Typically, I would go and prioritize active recall. So is it a failure at active recall? And active recall specifically for the components of it. So I double check, okay, I'm looking at these parts of the character, but are they correct? How confident I am on them, right? And then during this active recall process, then we have mnemonics errors. So can I not recall the elements of the mnemonic? Because the mnemonics are very long. They're huge. So we're going in this order of the quickest to the longest, right? And then the very last one is like, we're jumping a couple steps. It's like not sure, which is the toughest one, right? So when we have not sure, this would then go onto a notepad. So all of these, once you get through all of these, then it would go onto a notepad, and I usually collect, roughly speaking, on average, about 4 to 7 per session. Then based on the nature of the failure, I would take those things and I would adjust the mnemonics, adjust the components, and then readjust my intuition. In the process of adjusting the mnemonics, there are many places the mnemonics can fail. And in terms of intuition, I would use, like, for example, you can break it down to, oh, maybe I'll rewrite the, right, it's up here. I rewrite something about the subject, the position, or the location, right? And then the component part is the rest of the mnemonic. I forgot the rest of the mnemonic here. So after you come individual archetypes, the definition, right, the meaning and the components are assembled into the story. So that's why there's the components is a separate thing. So when you do the intuition, then you look at the components. The component is supposed to give you the meaning. So the intuition is often the read. The components often lead to the meaning. And then the meaning, the components should establish the meaning in order for me to verify the mnemonics, which is the whole thing. It's everything above it. And then if that is not part of the mnemonics, then I'm not quite sure where the problem is. So then that would lead to a notepad recording in which then I would go back and adjust all these parts. And to filter the very top level, the intuition, I would then resort to mind webbing. So for the intuition part, for mind webbing, we look at the highest level of relationship. And that is like a Duolingo embedded process is what I call it, because the idea of Duolingo is one of the reliance is you're looking at similarities and differences across the highest level, which is the one-to-one, and that deals with meaning versus meaning, visual, and then sound. And I'm not saying Duolingo is the thing that taught this. Like, what I mean is they didn't explicitly explain all of these things. It's the strategy that I used for Duolingo. And it's a strategy that I actually used for formal education in English. Like, I did it this way in English. So the idea is for the intuition, you mind web. When you look at all the information now, you ask yourself, is there a synonym? Is there an antonym? Is there something that looks the same as this or similar enough so I can connect it to that? And then do they sound the same? Is there something that sounds the same? Which, by the way, in Chinese is a very... this is, in my opinion, is something that is very useful in Chinese because their system has a high rate of homonyms. So I'm using this, and I still use it as a, it's far more frequently useful in Chinese compared to Japanese, for example, because of homonym. Their system homonyms are actually kind of lower on the sense. So in this case, this part is quite useful, and it's addressing a lot of the stickler things that stick out a lot, because something that is rare becomes common. So what do I mean by this? So for example, I can give you a character like that's not the right character. Nope, that's not the right character either. Like this character, right? And this character is Qing, and the meaning is Qing. Like it's a name, Qing. Like that's a character of a dynasty. Like it's a person's name. The Qing dynasty. Qing dynasty is the first dynasty that unified the Middle Kingdom, right? And it's unique. It's unique in the sense of its use right now. So it only occurs, so the occurrence is one time, basically. You can, this is the bottom line. This is the rarest of the character types. The ones that are only used for once. And then there are even slightly rarer than this is characters that don't have a baseline vocabulary use yet and is unique, which is super, even rarer than that. How do I remember this? Like, how am I going to retain this? If Qing is related to something else in meaning, visuals, and sound, like another Qing, I could pick up any other Qing, like for example, I don't need anything right now for this one, but we could use, yeah, see, like this is tough because I have to associate something, but when you do, it's very useful. Like, let me give an example quickly, I suppose. The closest one that is based on sound. So if I'm using sound, I didn't relate it by sound. The way I related it was by basically the sound but minus the tone. So the closest that I got was Qing for invade. Qing for invade is this. Is it a towel? No. So this is Qing, and they don't look like each other. The reason they're related is not necessarily by the meaning, but there's a fourth, by the condition. So they're somewhat related by the sound because their baseline is Qing. Their tone is different, right? They're related by that. And how does visual affect this? Visual affects this because of the condition. And the condition is these two ones, their mnemonics are difficult. Like, they're difficult in a way that I can't seem to remember them, or their structure. So what happens is their condition makes them relatable. And then I made it so that whenever I retrieve their meaning, their mnemonics associate with each other. And how does that work? The Qing dynasty invaded the other 6 kingdoms in order to unify Middle Kingdom. And the meaning is because I've been watching an anime called Kingdom, which is kingdom, and it's about the warring states, the warring states before the Qing dynasty. So that's how it's related. Now, oftentimes you can take this literally, like, oh, this character means the same as this character, which Chinese has built in, by the way. That's why it's very useful in Chinese. There's homonyms, and Chinese is also paired. And they're paired in a relationship that I already talked about, but they're either paired by synonyms, or they're paired by built-in function. Built-in grammar is what I was mentioning earlier. So for example, if you're talking about like the aspect of a person, if you're annoying, there's probably a pair with ren. So you could put a bit of an emotion and attach it to ren, right? If it's like an object that is kind of small or can be on its own, you could add a zi to make it the object itself. Or when you have something like, if you're falling down, you can add, if it's a motion towards something, you can add the corresponding direction, right? Like xia or xiang. And then if there's like animals, it would be something else. If it's a body part, it would be something else. Like fun. Like I know I'm not writing these characters, but what happens is there are also built-in patterns that associate with each other. And that's how you get the extra mnemonics. Yeah, 400 days. Yep, mister. Thanks. And all of that goes into reducing the last like 5%. How much effort does this take? It takes a fraction of the time, proportional to how much it occurs. So I talked about this before, where how often does intuition fail when it comes to character retrievement? I would say less than 90%. And then how often does component fail, right? No, well, actually, that's a little high. We're gonna say like, it's not that great. It's like 80%, less than 80%. And then when we add the active recall of components, that goes up to 90% at least. And then when we add the mnemonic, it goes up to like 99%. So then we're talking about approximately 1% of the time where we get to a notepad, right? Get to a notepad in which then I would execute on my troubleshooting, how I would improve and tackle the existing red herrings, right? So the mnemonic would incorporate everything that's above in the encoding. I would basically address anything that deals with encoding. And then the components would also be associated with encoding. And during at the intuition, we would rely on mind webbing, which deals with an embedded strategy that I spent a year, right? I spent a year on trying to create a routine for Duolingo, because Duolingo's input and output are different from HanziHero. However, I can repurpose what I did with Duolingo whenever that opportunity presents itself in HanziHero. This is very similar and analogous to what I'm going to talk about at probably in the beginning of March for Bunpro, which should be like around day 70. Because what Bunpro has then would have the subroutine of WaniKani and HanziHero and Duolingo embedded in itself in order to engage those processes. So no, I don't carry all these steps all the time at every given time. The idea is that I build upon them and use them sufficiently enough that I can adjust them to the task. And in the stuff that don't overlap, they're lost. Like they're gone. They need to be repracticed. So like the goal is to drop the things that don't really come up anymore. And then you focus on the retaining most of the stuff that you do in the process. So that's over time, you built up over that. And this is summarizing 2 years. We've only been doing this for 2 years, right? A little over 2 years, 2 years and 1 month. And using not that many applications yet. Now, it would be negligent of me to say that all of this came from 2 years, right? The idea of having the capacity to do this, look at the process, the different steps, how you arrange and rearrange things, that was a lifetime. Like, honestly, a lot of times I get this comment like, it must be really exhausting to be in your head or something like that, or I always give the impression that, how do you do it? Whenever someone asks me how do you do it, they mean how do you do it in a sense that they find it exhausting. And a very hot and general, possibly a reasonable take is you start. And when you start and you have a routine built for self-evaluation, things get overly complicated, but they don't get more and more exhausting, right? Over time, the stuff grows with complexity, but the complexity doesn't slow you down. It's actually even ironic because when you do these things, you often forget how to simplify things, like make things simpler. That's usually what happens when people become specialists. When they become specialists, it's very difficult to rewind. And the thing about that is they didn't necessarily focus on efficiency, ease, and simplicity. They focused on how to tackle all the problems, increases complexity to meet the necessities of the obstacles they have. And over time, that became the norm. They become so efficient at doing that smaller tasks have become insignificant. So what I'm doing here is to record the 20%, right? To record the 100%, but it would include the 20% that will no longer be with me in another 100 days, probably. Like in the next year, a lot of those smaller things will fall off, right? And that is expected. But the majority of the things will stay with me. And it is the majority of the things that I will use time and time again. The idea of studying something and finishing it and then never going back to it or never using that skill, that is high school or less learning strategy, where you think that, oh, okay, I'll pick up this language learning app and I'll learn this mnemonic for like 100 hours, and I'm like, okay, now I've learned the characters enough. Now I can just discard the hundreds of hours that the 100 of hours that I did because they're training wheels. I don't need them anymore. I'm like, yeah, and you also wasted 100 hours. Like, what I mean is, like, I'm not going to tell you that you wasted 100 hours. You're gonna talk and communicate to other people like it's a ends to a mean, like, the means to an end, a means to an end. We're like, oh, don't worry about it. Like, once you do all this, it's not going to be a big deal. Like, your first 100 hours, you're not going to even think about it when you're at hour 2000 or 3000. If you're telling me that, you're like, you have misunderstood me for very long. Like, you have made a false assumption. I don't stop thinking about the fundamentals. I effectively am a fundamentalist. I think about the process all the time. Like, I don't stop at refining my learning process. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I don't even remember what I did before, how I remembered learning my kana, I do, because the way I learned my kana, not the context. We're not talking about like how much time I spent on my kana or like what app I use. I'm talking about how I would go about learning the kana again. Because the next time I play a puzzle game, it's probably going to be a very similar process with all the new rules. whenever I have to learn a coding language that requires a different syntax, then whenever I have to decipher someone else's shorthand notes, there are so many ways that when you fundamentally understand the process of learning, the idea is that you are preparing yourself to hopefully learn again sometime down the road. So whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, oh I did the wrong color, oh that's okay, it's fine. I was supposed to use green here, but we'll just pretend it's green. Anyways, the idea is you waste a lot of less time learning again and again if you stop forgetting how to learn. Like what I mean is the concept, like here's a hot take. The concept of a learning curve. And its relationship, I'm not going to write all this out. It's going to take way too long. But maybe it's a concept we'll visit at the end of HanziHero, or like the tentative end of HanziHero and the tentative end of WaniKani. But the concept of learning curve and learning as a legacy skill, right? And its relationship with subsequent skill acquisition, or maybe we should say skill training, because acquisition is an endpoint, training doesn't have an endpoint. The concept, whenever someone says, oh, so what is the relationship between someone who likes learning, or like who's focused on learning, versus someone who's focused on skill acquisition? When someone focuses on skill acquisition, they are going to develop a specialized routine that is fit for that skill. When someone's focused on learning, they are looking for the generalized process principles. And by the way, most people do both. It's the focus, like there's a preference for the results, right? When you're focused on process, what is that relationship to learning curve? Typically, learning curve, someone who focuses on learning, has a legacy skill in which in subsequent skill training, the learning curve decreases. And with enough subsequent skill training, this applies to nearly every other skill. Like what I mean by that is when someone asks, oh, hey, I know you're not an astrophysicist, but do you want to talk about astrophysics? Like I know a lot about astrophysics. I don't. Like I'm talking about like theoretically, like this stranger comes up to me and say, oh, I'm an astrophysicist and I wanted to share my product with you. And I know that you're probably not an astrophysicist, but could I introduce you in something? The idea is, okay, someone who doesn't focus on learning curve, right? They're not a learner. They are someone who is seeking skill acquisition. They'll be like, no, I'm not interested because I'm not an astrophysicist. I don't want to learn astrophysics again. Like I don't want to learn how to learn astrophysics again. I'm an electrician, for example. Alternatively, when you have a learner, the idea is like, cool, I don't know anything about astrophysics. Let's get to it. Because the idea is that the learning curve is not the daunting task. Having to learn something again, or learning something new or something, the process of learning that thing is no longer new. They're actually looking for ways to improve and challenge their learning abilities. So whenever someone says, how can you tell you're talking to a problem solver? The first thing they get excited about is hearing that there's a problem. Because a problem is what challenges their learning capacity. Like, if you don't have a problem, you don't have anything to learn. Like, there's nothing to learn. And then you're wondering, okay, well, technically people can learn without having a problem, right? Give me an example. And then someone would likely say, well, I don't have a problem with math, and I don't have a problem with math, so therefore that's an example of not learning anything because there's not a problem. It's like, so how well are you doing in math? And then the person will say like, oh, I'm acing it. Okay, why are you acing math? And they're like, because I'm forced to. Is that a problem? And then it ends there, because they're going to say, well, no, it's not a problem because I'm acing it. It's like, no, but you're acing the math because you're obligated to do so. So because it's not a problem, you didn't learn anything to improve in getting that A, because what you currently do is already good enough to get the A. Now, if you're asking yourself, okay, well, what if a problem solver gets an A? What would they do? They would try to get better than an A. Because the idea is like, well, it's boring if you get an A. All right, well, what are you gonna do next? Like, if you're using your time to confirm what you already know and what you already can do, the next step is to figure out what more you can do. So when you want to see the difference between like a college student who enters a class, a good college student gets an A. In my opinion, a better college student is they're getting that A, but because no one is telling them to do anything, they're going to do it themselves. Like, they're not going to sit there and wait to be challenged with the problem. They're going to go look for more problems. Like, if math is too easy now, let's go work on hard things while the rest of the curriculum catches up with them. And that's kind of, and you're wondering, okay, well, that's good if you're ahead, right? No, that's also good when you're behind. And I'm not describing myself, by the way. I don't think I still don't feel like I'm ever ahead. The whole process of learning is you're always behind. So, like, to me, the irony here is I always think I'm behind most of my life. And that's why I'm a problem solver. Because I always have problems. Like, what are my first problems? Well, my parents don't understand English when I was born. So, what do? I observe and use my empiric abilities to observe, and then I routinely do exactly this to get ahead. But how do you get ahead if you're catching up? You're getting ahead of yourself. So whenever I'm in conversation with maybe 2 or 3 people who feel like they're always slipping behind, as in they keep looking at an objective, right? Oh, this person has this career who had this many viewers at this age with this amount of time. I want to be like that. I'm like, okay, so how are you getting to that point? How do you get that point? And they're like, well, you know, I'm doing what they're doing. It's like, but that's not sufficient to get to their point ever. Like, you have to do more than that in order to catch up with someone that is your target, that you're basing your entire like strategy around and all that stuff. You would actually have to go faster than that person, right, in order to catch up. Otherwise, you only go as fast as them at any given point in which you're going. Now, the nice thing about online is some people are nice enough to try to summarize things. Now, the problem with that is when you summarize things and you hit a roadblock, that summary cut out the process that would resolve it. So, like, you hear the end product. Now you're watching this person who's done 3,000 hours. Like, right now, I'm making a disclaimer for pretty much everything I've said today as a grain of salt, right? When you see someone summarize thousands of hours, you have to understand that that summary cuts out all the problems that they try to solve. So, like, my goal here is to outline the process of solving those problems. that I used. I'm not telling you what those problems are. So the nice thing about understanding how things are done is that they're not dependent on the context, or they're trying not to be dependent on the context of that problem. So this teaches you how to solve a problem, not know the answer to a problem. When you know an answer to a problem, you didn't solve anything. You didn't even engage in problem solving. You basically know the answer to the one context that you thought you have a problem, and then the next time you do it, you still need to find someone to provide that answer consistently and always. So whenever you're trying to play catch up, you're never going to be faster or ever catch up to the person who's providing you the answer. You're never going to do that because you're never going to create anything. You don't create anything that's going to exceed or deviate away from your source. So when I was younger, that was my life. Like, do I constantly play catch up and never get ahead? No. The idea is I take everything that people give me because I'm absolutely lucky in my life. Like I still emphasize that. I got really lucky in my life. People gave me things and I know and appreciate it, because if I have those opportunities, I take all of them as quickly as I can. I consume it, and then now I'm going beyond it. Like if homework takes me 10 minutes to do when they gave me 3 hours, I'm using the other 2 hours and 50 minutes to do something that I think they're going to get me to do in the future. So then I don't have to do that anymore. Like I talked about this before, and I'm sure it's iterated in other people's hot takes. When you go to class, you are prepared for that class you are going to. That's why formal education have often gave you homework. And it's not homework, like, hear me out. There are formal education theories where they give you homework to make sure you listened in class of the previous class you've mentioned. And then you get to college, like not all colleges are created equal, etc. But for me, personally, you've learned that you get homework for your next class. Like for your next session, you get reading assignments for something that's going to be taught in the next class. Because the exercise is now you are slowly transitioning into a thinker, an independent thinker. You're coming prepared with your own ideas, your own problems, and you are resolving them. Now, this transition has been so difficult lately because the internet has reverse engineered the opposite situation. You have a problem, then you solve it. So you only learn things when a problem occurs. You only learn things when you are challenged with something. And that's the beginning of school. That's what happens in high school. Now, when you start thinking, well, okay, what happens when, like, you know, people are worried, like, oh no, if I'm worried, what if this happens? And what if that happens? And then they sit there and they talk and they think about all the things that could happen that could screw up. Like, you know, you start and 400 days in and you never learned anything. Like, what if that happens? The idea is that they are thinking about all the situations that can happen on the concern and the insecurity that they're unable to do anything about it when it happens, or even if it happens. So one of the nice things about learning and being a problem solver is that when you spend a lot of your spare time learning new skills, this is my plug for language learning, by the way. Why is it important to learn language? And I think the people that others cite, like Stephen Krashen and Steve Kaufman and stuff, one of the greatest advertisements for language learning, or like mathematics or physics or something, is the idea that you hope that when you're learning these skills, you also develop the ability and intuition to problem solve, because you have to solve problems in order to negotiate the difficulty of the task. And that problem solving skill makes you dynamically thinking. And you would think oftentimes, usually this would be acquired in high school. Like the presumption is you're given tasks that you otherwise wouldn't do, right? You're obligated to learn math or obligated to learn something. And because of that task, you are challenged to solve the problem. Well, the internet changed the flow, in my opinion, dramatically changed the flow of that. Because now problems are solved by explicit instructions in which it vindicates the need to problem solve at all. So how do you solve a math problem? You look for the answer. How do you solve your depression problem? You look for someone that's depressed to tell you what they did to be not depressed, right? And for the record, that is not a bad thing, right? Like if the world provides enough information and you can make the assumption that the internet has all the information in the world, then yes, you can live, I guess, happy knowing that that's the case. And that makes you not a problem solver. And what I mean by that is you can be happy and satisfied not having to be a problem solver, right? What I described here is all, like, to me, most of the information outside of, I really need to change the color of this because I screwed up here. Hang on. This is bugging me. I screwed up my color coordination, so we're just gonna go and pretend like I didn't screw up the color for a second. Right, just pure objective facts. So what I showed here is the things that are in yellow, right? This is the yellow part. The yellow part are the things that are objective, purely incredibly available. You can compare them all the time on the internet. It is what I consider as the easy, cheap progress that is perfectly sufficient for anyone, most people. It's a great way to start understanding a new skill, right? You start small, you start easy, you start approachable, so that you can form a consistency, right? We talked about consistency being one of the kind of like the idolized form of starting off. And then the nuance can build from there when you tackle harder and harder problems. But what if that doesn't happen? Then those problems will build up, and they can be avoided by finding answers. That's what the internet has circumvented. You're not encouraged to solve problems because they're not fun. They're a waste of time. They require, they don't bend to the internet hustle, right? Like, why would you want to reinvent the wheel when someone already solved this problem? Like, how do I code, for example, how do I code for a bot that says hello to everyone in Discord? Go on ChatGPT and vibe code it, right? So then when you ask the person, it's like, hey dude, did you know that your code has a vulnerability in like 4 different places? Like, what do you mean a vulnerability in 4 different places? It's like, well, that's exactly the point. You didn't code it. You have no idea where the 4 vulnerabilities are. You did not do the empirical observational skills that require the process to even troubleshoot or look at if the code is erroneous or not. So whenever someone says, what is the benefit of wasting some time reinventing the wheel? And take this with a grain of salt, one emotional benefit, in my opinion, that goes a long way is it removes FOMO. It challenges FOMO. It challenges insecurities. It challenges what ifs. So if I had to make a non-objective argument, what is the benefit of investing even a minor amount of your time to challenging yourself to solve a problem despite knowing that there might be an answer on the internet? Is to help you with your problem solving skills. So when I go back through this, the yellow parts is what most people ask me. I can tell you now, 9 out of 10 times, most people ask me what's in yellow. Like, hey, I know you stream for thousands of hours, but can you review what are the major lessons that you have learned in the last 4,000 hours? How many kanji have you learned in the last 100 days? Or what level of Japanese are you on now? As though, in my opinion, that gives any, like, to me, like, you know, for myself, those are easy answers, right? Like, I can answer those. They're great, they're transferable, they're welcomed. And I answer them 90% of the time, and I don't get tired of answering them, right? Like, hear me out. I'm not complaining about the privilege of someone being interested in my metrics. Now, what I want to highlight in why I do this, why spend like 3 hours plus talking about the rest of the stuff, because the rest of the stuff is what I want to share with people. Like, you can do the rest, but the internet has made it so laborious or so unattractive that whenever I sit down and have someone like complain to me like, oh my gosh, Anki is not working, dude, and like, Anki's so freaking tedious, like I freaking hate this, like why is it so frustrating and so unrewarding? And then they would like, various people will say like, oh yeah, you know, I just learned to deal with it, I just learned to grind through it. And my first thought is, it could be different. And that's what I'm illustrating here. It's not the context, the information specific dependency of learning that's making things tedious. It's the core nature of your process oriented thinking. If it's not Anki today, it's your textbook tomorrow. If it's not your textbook tomorrow, it's your class you're going to take. If it's not your class tomorrow, it's the job you're gonna have to start. It's the company that you're going to start, found with someone. It's the problems you will inherit with your parents. It's the physical differences and changes that you'll undergo when you get older. Those things will continue to be something that you will have to solve. So you could, and I mean this with as much grain of salt and like happiness and wishful thinking as possible, you could wish and hope, have your fingers crossed that the internet will have the answer to all your problems in the future. And if you're okay with that, then you shouldn't be anxious, right? Like, there's no anxiety, there's no pressure, right? So whenever a problem comes up, it is debilitating. It is tiresome. And then when you go look for a problem and an explainer on the internet and it doesn't solve that problem, it is absolutely crippling. And I say that from a sympathetic situation. Like, it's very difficult for me to empathize with that problem. Like, I don't feel that same thing. But when I think about the things that are crippling to me, is I have a problem and I can't solve it. That is still empathetic. It's not the same nature as someone who looks up online and say, oh, I can't find the answer. This sucks. My life is the worst now. I don't encounter that specific context, but I do understand how it feels when you have a problem and no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you look at it, you can't find the answer, right? Or like you can't develop a solution. Notice I said 2 possibilities, at least 2. The most frustrating thing to me is I can't develop a solution. In the end of the day, if I can't develop the solution, it's frustrating. Not when the internet doesn't have an answer, or someone doesn't have an answer that you understand. That is like the first step. Like you can like, I asked myself, how do I learn Japanese? So I click go on YouTube and I'm like, hey, Duolingo. It seems like a good place to start. It's free. Let's go. And then someone immediately comes by and is like, dude, let me solve all your problems. Stop using Duolingo. Use this next product. I'm like, what's wrong with Duolingo? It's like everything. Everything's wrong with Duolingo. This product's better. I'm like, that didn't explain anything to me. Did you even use Duolingo? It's like, yeah, I used it for like 15 minutes. And then I realized this product is better. I'm like, okay, so what did you learn in that 15 minutes? It's like, it doesn't really matter, because in the end of the day, this product is going to get you to your position instead of Duolingo. And I'm like, I don't understand. Does that mean that Duolingo, I can never make Duolingo work? It's like, no, I know you. You're not going to make it work. And I'm like, you don't know me. We just met for like 15 minutes. Like, do you have no semblance of process-oriented thinking? Like, what? How can you come to that conclusion? And it's like, oh, it's because online the data says that despite millions of people using Duolingo, most of those millions of people, they don't learn anything about language. Like, okay, how do you come about that? Like, can you explain the logic behind that? Or like some evidence of empirical observation to come up with that process? It's like, dude, it's not that deep. Just don't use Duolingo. Duolingo is trash, right? And then, okay, it's like, okay, so let's change that subject. Can you explain to me how the product that you're suggesting work? They're like, oh, it does this, it does this, it does this. I'm like, that sounds like all context-based things. Like, what happens when you lose that context? Like, well, then you just like have already learned all the things you need to learn. I'm like, so you're relying on the fact that that product is going to give you all your answers and will continue to give you all your answers, despite not being able to describe how it's going to give you all your answers. So now you're calling Duolingo garbage, but you can't even describe the product, how the product works that you're describing that would solve all my problems. What do you think all my problems are? Like, what do you think your product is solving? Like, what is the problem that you see? And, the person will respond, the problem I see is you're using Duolingo. I'm like, but you can't explain why it's a problem. You can barely explain how the thing you're using works and how you're using it. So, fast forward 2.5 years, and then now we can cycle it. We can take Duolingo out and put WaniKani in its place, and then take WaniKani out and put Bunpro in its place. And now we have the essence of what I pretty much understood when I was playing video games. The first 5 years, over 5 years, we streamed video games, and we talked about the creative problem-solving skills, analytical work, and like cultural relevance, and like interconnected mind webbing and mind palace during video games. And it's no different. You take a Souls game, and then someone gives me a Souls game and says, hey dude, this game, it's so hard that you should really try it because it's so rewarding, because it's so hard. I'm like, how do you know that? And they're like, well, I found it super rewarding because it's so hard. Okay, can you explain to me what is it that you consider hard so I can understand if what I think is hard and rewarding aligns with the way it's rewarding to you? And obviously, since you're playing a video game, the idea is it's not that deep. You vibe with video games. And I'm like, okay, I understand that. So if you vibe with video games and I don't vibe with video games, how do you know that I will respond the same way? And it's not really an exercise in whether that person problem solves or understand process-oriented thinking. Is I'm trying to ascertain if what they're saying is helpful to me, right? So the idea is, if you hang around with people who vibe all the time, you project vibe. So that's good. When you meet a stranger and you think that they vibe, and I'm telling you or trying to illustrate that we aren't vibing together, like we're not on the same wavelength. And here's a double standard here. This isn't created equal. I know what that person is doing. The other person might not understand what I'm doing, right? you might be thinking, oh, well, it's the same the other way around. It's like, no, it's not. One requires that you understand both perspectives. The other requires that you only understand your perspective. One is an echo chamber, and the other one is seeking to break out of echo chambers. The way you become a better problem solver and learning and reduce your learning curve is consistently challenging your notion of how you learn and the echo chamber that you are in. So no, I didn't play Souls-like game once and then decide I'm just gonna spend my entire time playing Souls-like games. No, we throw in puzzle games, we throw in other games, and no, it's not gonna make you the best Souls-like game player because I'm not always solving Souls-like game problems. And even then, I'll give you one hot take. When you do something for a very long time, you actually learn and practice way less than you think you're practicing because there's diminished return. Now, it's super impressive. It's incredibly impressive to be like 1% better than the 98.9th percentile. That is absolutely impressive. That is a different skill than being 90th percentile in 10 different genres. Right? There's a difference between like the time it takes to reach 80th percentile in like 10 skills could be equivalent to the time it takes to be the 99.99th percentile. That's why it's incredibly impressive. Right? That doesn't mean what a person who's at the 99th percentile of something will understand what is good for someone who is not seeking that. And that's where like it's no longer equivalence. When someone tells me, oh yeah, this is going to solve your problem, my first inclination is to understand if they solve problems. And no, I don't pick a problem that they can't solve. I deliberately try to look for the very thing that they're supposed to be good at. They're supposed to know the thing that they're telling me. So whenever someone says, Duolingo is a garbage, I hate it like the plague, you're going to have to explain to me in nitty-gritty detail how you can qualify that. Otherwise, I can barely trust how you even assess anything, right? If I'm to, a lot of times people say, don't, you got to worry about what you hear online, trust advice online, like getting advice. It's like, yes, there's and there are ways to test it. The internet doesn't test it for you, right? Like, you don't have these problem solving skills by default. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I heard that 10 million people use Anki successfully and they're great, and like they show all their progress, their metrics always go up. And then my thought is, yeah, it also comes with like thousands of hours of tedium and grinding and apparently behavioral avoidance and also compensation for like trying other things. And when like I'm reading between the lines here, like when I hear someone only state one thing and my first thought is, and what else? There's got to be more to it than that. So whenever I watch a video, that's how I watch a video. Someone says, oh yeah, this anime is so good, like this guy is so good, and my first thought is, okay, let's go and try and test this. I believe this guy, so my hypothesis is this guy is so good. So the first thing I'll do is this guy is garbage, right? Because that's no hypothesis testing. If I can't convince myself that this guy is garbage, then he must be really good. So I go there and I look, and no, it's not to find confirmation bias, because then I have to collect all the information that makes him good. And then we compare the converging evidence of things that are against the guy and with the guy, and then we synthesize it and we come up with, in the end, it's going to be something like relatively mild and realistic, as opposed to like hyper hate and hyper support, which is basically what the internet is. It's an off and on switch. Like you either hate a game or you love a game. It's not in between. The way you get in between is you aggregate the scores and rely on aggregation. So the unfortunate part of most internet reviews now and aggregate scores and stuff is it's bimodal. Like you're wondering, what do you mean bimodal? Thumbs up, thumbs down. That's as far as internet metric goes now. That's bimodal. Like even when you have normal distribution, you can't even get a normal distribution anymore because it's either zero, it's either yes or no, or check mark or no check mark. Thumbs up or thumbs down. High viewer, low viewer. Tier systems, max tier, low tier. Pro tier, you know, like it's quantized. Usually you get quantized points. So if you're ever wondering like, oh yeah, why do people just either hate or love things now? Like, well, yeah, because that's the normal thing. And I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. The nice part about being human is you can be aware of that and then know how to appropriately use it. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, you know, it's quite unfortunate. I've been playing a game called Kiwami 3 and I was talking to Jack yesterday about Kiwami 3 and the controversies and stuff. And Jack mentioned it was quite unfortunate. And I understand where that's coming from. Because nowadays, when there's a controversy, controversies are hate. That's it. There's no constructive understanding of controversy. Like, oh, well, despite something bad happening, there are lots of silver linings that could be used in a way to learn from that controversy. And me and Jack started talking about all the things in between. Like good things come from bad things. And then, you know, like good things come from bad things. But actually most things are a mix of good and bad, which creates a gradient of stuff, right? Instead, it's like, oh, this happened, so it's got to be bad. And then this happened, it's got to be good. And it's good in the sense of it's void of all badness, and then it's bad because it's void of all goodness. So something that is a mistake can only be bad, right? And I've already made like 4 or 5 hour discussions about this, about when someone says they learn from their mistake, and then they come around and say, I hate making mistakes. It's the worst thing ever. So you're not learning from your mistakes. The odds of you learning from your mistakes is simply incorrect. Like you would have to convince me at that point. And when someone says they like learning, and it's like, okay, well, learning is like, yeah, I like learning, but I hate making mistakes. I'm like, okay, prove to me how you learn while hating mistakes. Like I need you to define what you mean by that. Because the idea is when you're bipolar, when you're bimodal in your decisions, it also means that things can't occur like sort of simultaneously, but within a time frame. You can't have multiple possibilities. They're either 0 or 1. So when someone goes around and says, oh, all mistakes are bad, my first thought is, okay, then how do you learn something? Good points. Folks simplify things too much and often think in black and white terms. Right now, that is the norm, right? That's the norm. And if you're aware of those things, you can also, like, the whole idea of my rant here, as you're joining in, perfect light, the idea is there's an appropriateness. You can use black and white terms when it's appropriate. Now, when it becomes an impediment to your own success and, like, the way you solve problems, then there could be a different system. Like, you can be aware of these things. Being aware of these things are what I'm trying to communicate here. And the idea of my tentative takes is to remove the black and white. Everything that's in gold is black and white. I spent greater than 99% at maintaining a 0-0 streak on HanziHero. That's black and white. It's true. That's it. Sounds, there were 74 of them. Component, there are 503. That's black and white. It's what people consider as objective or metrics or some the people that I talked to before, like they're empirics, right? That's fair. That's black and white. Now everything that's in blue and purple, purplish, that's not black and white. In fact, there is a really great chance that it will elicit more questions than answers. And that's kind of what I wanted to highlight. I wanted to kind of give the idea, like, you have all this yellow stuff, and out of this yellow stuff comes all the purple and blue stuff. And those purple and blue stuff is where most of my value is, because the yellow stuff only exists with HanziHero. The moment you take away HanziHero, that's the stuff you're going to lose. Like, the likelihood is, what are the details of your learning experience? What is going to disappear first? The yellow stuff, the facts, the tracker, the thing that tracks your data. That's the stuff you're going to lose mentally. You can still, like, play back a video, you know, or take a picture, put it in your journal. You can acknowledge that it still exists, like, or it had exist. The other stuff that I wrote, that's for life. Like, when I go and work up Spanish and possibly French, the other stuff will come with me. They're the things that I remember, and those are the things that I will continue to layer on top. That's the learning curve. So whenever I hear this really fairly common thing where someone says, oh yeah, you know, I'm used to this now, so I'm not going to relearn something. Like, that's just relearning stuff. Like, hey, do you want to play a puzzle game? You know, I'm talking to someone who likes action games, right? Like, nah, I just never got into puzzle games. It's kind of like having to relearn how to enjoy games again. And my thought is, that's exactly it. That's what I mean. And it's not necessary for happiness. Again, I say this with a grain of salt. It's not the secret to a happy life or anything like that. It tells me that the person I'm talking to prefer not to tackle problems and challenge themselves and learn things. They can still challenge themselves to do things within their own interest. However, there are certain things that they no longer practice, and a lot of it deals with a learning curve. The idea that you can pick up a subject and learn that subject and then choose to retain the content, it's up to you. And then you pick up another subject, you pick up another skill. The aptitude of picking up things, like feeling like, oh yeah, this person picks up things very quickly, that is still a learned process. You have learning curves. So when I need to hire someone, right? For example, if I were interested in hiring someone for a position that they would be the center point, they would be the leader of the system, I would hire someone who's a problem solver. I wouldn't hire someone who's a specialist who when anything outside of that field, you can no longer do it. Now, you would hire specialists for that person who has the problem solving skills, because they would be the managerial and the administrative person, right? That's kind of like comparing a director, right, to a costume designer. In the area of costume design, they could still be a generalist of costumes. The idea is it's constantly relative to the context that you're confining yourself to. And for myself, this stuff is super interesting. Learning is super interesting because when you learn it once, you technically don't have to learn it again. And that's where the internet does well, where if you learn how to look up an answer, then you don't have to learn a new way to answer questions, right? The idea is you hope that the tool that you gain requires one set of skills to use, and you never have to learn a new skill again. until you have to, which may or may never happen in your life. And that would be the lasting message that I would give. I am not a person like that. I find it disinteresting to think that doing one thing to solve most things is rewarding to me. So in another 100 days, maybe a little over 100 days, because we're kind of, there's a wiggle room. The end of HanziHero and WaniKani for its like tentative content is going to be around 500 days. That's 3 months from now, right? Yeah, it's gonna be around 100 days, so it might not be exactly 100. It might be like 520-ish. I didn't do the math because there's some changes coming up to WaniKani. WaniKani's volume is going to change in 2 months' time, and then HanziHero's volume has already started changing. So this graph is only true for 99%. But now the 1% is becoming like possibly 10% and whatnot. So around that time, our last one will be, maybe we'll talk about some of these. What next? Like, what are we doing next? I've already talked about Bunpro on the WaniKani side because Bunpro is the Japanese thing. For HanziHero, the way I use HanziHero will change. And as a teaser of what the change is because we're going to be using dictionary, a dictionary function. And the dictionary function is that I can, while one of the deficiencies in HanziHero right now is the vocabulary. So the vocabulary is not written in a way that there's an entry for each vocabulary to utilize each of the characters. There are more characters than there are vocabulary, for example. Not even a one-to-one. It's less than one-to-one, right? However, there's a dictionary functionality that allows you to look through a dictionary for vocabulary in order to practice the characters. Now, one thing I can do constructively is when you add this vocabulary, it doesn't have any entry in it. That's why Kevin hasn't scaled up to that, where because he needs to create a system where it would generate something for the vocabulary. It would need a mnemonic associating the definitions and then provide example sentences. So instead, in order to scale up after like the post maybe like post 500, we're going to write all of them. So I will come up with a workflow where I'm going to construct a workflow that involves producing the characters, producing the vocabulary, and producing the sentences. Because that would be something I have to actively do anyways. On the HanziHero side, on the WaniKani side of things, Bunpro serves as that. And Bunpro has a different functionality. Bunpro can create new decks, and they have community integration and stuff. So we're using a different strategy for Bunpro. We can like harvest a video game's deck and then play the video game. For HanziHero, I would play the video game, harvest the vocabulary word, use a dictionary function for HanziHero, and lift that sentence. So this is sentence mining, right? On the one hand, it's sentence generation. On the other hand, it's sentence mining. So we're going in both directions. And that's kind of what I was describing in WaniKani. Bunpro is going in the reverse direction of the input of WaniKani. HanziHero and WaniKani has the same workflow. Hence the process, or like the process was lined out. The encoding and the reviewing, it goes in the same direction. However, I need a task that makes me go in the opposite direction, which is to take something that I understand, either in English or in like a context of a video game or something, put it into the deck, construct the deck, lay out the deck, the exercise the mnemonic. So what happens is all of this purple stuff and this blue stuff it happens in reverse, or it happens in different spots. And what happens is that I have repurposed pretty much what I've done in the last 2 years the majority of the time. Again, to emphasize, whatever's in yellow only accounts every time. It only accounts like a really small percentage of the time. Like you learn one kanji, how often do you use that kanji? You learn one HanziHero, or like Hanzi, how often do you use Hanzi? Compared to how many times you have to try to remember a character, right? That routine that you're doing, pulling up HanziHero, going through your reviews, looking at your lessons, compared to how much time that process takes, compared to, oh, you learned one kanji. What is that? Like 0.01% of your total amount of time that you're going to apply that? Like, I know some people talk about, here's a interesting argument for the way to present information. Some people go and say, oh yeah, I'm going to take a frequency deck, right? Let's go take a frequency deck of a language. And they're like, oh, here's a deck with the top 2,000 most frequently used characters, or 2,000 words. It's like, whoa, okay, you're going to learn the highest frequency of those words, and you're hoping that when you're reading things and writing things, you will see them more often, right? And that's the goal. That doesn't take into account that you would have the time proportional to the activity that you're doing. So like, for example, if you're going to read anime and you invest it in your process of how you're going to use anime to learn, how often are you going to use that time investment versus learning the specific words that are frequent and then seeing them in the wild? Even the most frequent words, like if you take all of the most frequent words, like the first 1,000 most frequent words in like Chinese, and you're gonna read to your heart's content on your anime and your manga or your donghua, right? Your donghua and manhua, right? You're reading all of them. I would argue your exposure to the most frequent words will still be less than how often you use your process in understanding how those words work. So like you're reading through it, and if you're wondering where can you invest time to make yourself learn better, right? It's not memorizing the highest frequency occurrences of a context-based specific example. It's not that, at least in my opinion. Like, I don't know if I'm appealing to people's objectivity or not, but objectively, it is highly improbable that learning the specific words of a high frequency deck is going to account for the vast majority of your learning, and even if it takes up that much time. It is the least path of resistance because it is the easiest and the shortest amount of time to invest in it. And the most reasonable outcome of that is you will have the least return. You will have a proportionally smaller return than investing in a process-oriented thinking method for making sure you actually read in anime or manga. Like what's a great example of that? I will argue for the people who hate Duolingo. When you use Duolingo and you think that putting in as much time as possible doing the exact same thing every single day, how much do you think you're going to learn? Probably not a lot, right? And when someone asks me Duolingo is when they tell me Duolingo is garbage, I wanted them to explain exactly that. I wanted them to explain to me that they understood that when you learn something, the vast majority of your acquisition and your improvements from learning is during the learning, not memorizing the thing that occurs in a static state over and over again, right? Like, I'm not saying that people can't appreciate this. I I'm actually kind of saying they can, but there's no infrastructure to want to do anything about it. It's easier to find another answer so that you don't have to do anything about it. Like, for example, oh, hey, it's that same sentence again. It's the 100th time I saw the same sentence, right? And like, oh, you know, I already know the answer. Now I'm not even reading the sentence because I already know the answer. It's like, okay, now I know the answer's position, so now I don't even look at the answer. And then, oh, I saw the first word, I know the answer already. So now I don't look at the rest of the answer, the rest of the answers, the answer itself, nor the sentences. And to me, that is what humans do so well. Like, you're actually leveraging what you do as a human being so well. The question is, when you're working less and less, and when you're becoming more and more efficient, are you actually learning more and more? The answer is no. You are not learning more. Like, I mean, I'm okay with retracting that statement if someone can definitively prove to me that when they learn more efficiently, like when they become more efficient, you know, they do a task and they do that same task unchanged, statically, they believe that that is the ideal way to learn that task, and they do it for 100 days. And then you ask that person, and like for another person evaluates them, and you evaluate them and they say like, oh, this person, they continue to learn a lot, like at a faster pace. I want someone to definitively prove that to me in some way, in a satisfactory way. Because my counter argument, and again, this is my opinion, because I'm not going to go out of my way to empirically prove this. I'm not a psychologist or have access to this thing. So I'm simply offering a rhetoric. If you think it's logical for someone to pick up a tool, have in their mind that they say they're going to do the same thing for thousands of hours, and you think that they're going to learn more over time beyond the content that the tool is offering, I would love to hear how that happens. Like, if they're doing the same thing, right? So that means that when you're using Duolingo, if you do not explore anything outside of Duolingo, which is agreeable to those people who hate Duolingo, if you do not do anything outside of Duolingo, and then you interact with Duolingo exactly as it is designed, whatever that means, and you do not deviate from it at all, do you actually think the person is learning more over time than, you know, the content that's offered? The answer is no. And in fact, I would even argue that they actually end up retaining less over time. Do you know why that is the case? Because you're becoming more efficient. It's a human condition. You remember as much as you need or want to fulfill the task. So when someone says, how do I make Anki easier? I'm like, what is your purpose of making Anki easier? What's your goal? It's like, my goal is to remember just the characters. Okay, then find the fastest way to remember just the characters. And then they would come up with a system, right? And it works, Anki works. And I would ask them, are you looking at the characters now? It's like, no, I can hear the characters, or I already know what this is. It's like, well, now you're not going to remember that character because you don't need to. Humans are fantastic at being efficient. In fact, it's kind of comical when someone prioritizes efficiency over learning. Like efficiency over challenge, efficiency over process. Because one of them you naturally do super well, the other one you don't. It's counterintuitive a lot of times to the internet, to the hustle culture. I don't think it was always counterintuitive, by the way. I'm largely emphasizing the impact of net thinking. When you think you're getting to learn something really fast, it also means all the things you don't do, you didn't learn. Right? Because that's the human experience. So when you get faster at doing the same task, you stop remembering or needing that information. That's the goal, right? Like, for example, if you're always translating and then you got to a point where you stop translating, then you no longer translate. You save that time, but you also are terrible at translating. Like, you become worse at translating. But the goal is that you didn't care about translating. So you forget those things. You trim down. So it applies to everything else. It's a human condition. So when Anki, when you're saying, I'm using Anki, I've been using Anki for 1,000 days, and now it's so fast that I only do this. Okay, well then you got shoddy at everything else. Right? Because you don't need anything else. Like, if you're constantly reading and you're never listening, then you're going to be great at reading only the things that you want to read. So how is this true? If you want a great example, I would say I'm conservatively a native English speaker, right? But am I great at reading English? Well, I think I read English fairly well. And then I go to read a book and I realize, if I'm being honest with myself, I don't read every single word. Right? Like, because I don't need to. I find the least path of resistance. So when you read the same way with the same objective, right? And that objective does not include the necessity to read every single word, then you will save a lot of time. You will also come up with a strategy in which you don't need to know any of those things anymore. So what happens in a video game? And what happens in gamification? If your goal is to get the right answer, then it doesn't matter if you learn the language or not. That's not your goal. Like, a lot of times people say like, oh, you know, I'm playing this game. It's like, oh, so what's your goal in the game? It's to have fun, right? And then when they say it's to have fun, I'm like, okay, so hopefully the game is fun. And then when I ask them, hey, did you discover anything interesting about the plot or the background of the game? They're like, I don't know, but it was fun. That's the lack of process-oriented thinking. Like, if you're not actively trying to do those things, and then you're trying to save time because they're optional, then you understand what your goal is. If your goal is to not learn mnemonics, then you'll never learn mnemonics. If you think the goal of mnemonics is a stepping stone to learn the 2000th character, then you won't be using the mnemonic to learn the 2000th character because you've already abandoned it way back ago. So then when you tell someone that, oh yeah, that mnemonic system, it doesn't work, stop lying to yourself. Right? I can tell you, now here's a contrast. I can tell you that Kevin's system in HanziHero does work. But the thing is, it does work because I'm making it work and I'm keeping it with me. That's not because it's somehow inherently inefficient, which it technically is, because if it doesn't line with your goal, then it's inefficient. Anything that prevents you from getting to your goal or add extra steps to your goal is less efficient, right? Doesn't mean it doesn't work when you're not using it. That's a null statement. Things that don't work because you have a mindset of saying it doesn't work, that's a different story. So whenever like someone says, oh, hey, I've used Duolingo for 2 years and I couldn't remember a single sentence. All right, take me through your process. Let me know. May I ask you, when you started, how did you interact with Duolingo? Because they would say something like, oh, you know, in the first year, it was good. Like, you learned some words, you learned these things, and it was great. And then suddenly it all changed. Like, Duolingo changed. Duolingo got worse because they made changes that make the learning worse. and stuff. And my first thought is, okay, let's entertain that idea. When you first started, what was Duolingo like, and how did you interact with it? I mean, if I were able to get those details, that would be kind of nice. But generally speaking, like, you know, I more or less did the same thing that I did now when Duolingo stopped working. So obviously the problem is, if they didn't do anything that changed, then it's Duolingo that's the problem because Duolingo changed. And I'm like, okay, I'll buy that premise. But may I ask, can you walk through me what you're doing with Duolingo? Because I'm assuming it doesn't change over the 2 years that they've been using Duolingo. And my first thought is, I started using Duolingo, right? And we compared it. So we compared it. And this person's like, wow, you're really fast, my friend. How do you read all those sentences? Or how do you read all the choices before you know the answer? It's like, that's easy. I already know what the answer is. But you didn't read it. Like, you didn't read anything. It's like, well, it's always in the same position. And then I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that sometime down the road, you've gotten so good that you know the right answer without practicing anything regarding the content itself, and then you're getting angry or you're upset that you're not learning anything. I'm like, my first thought was, I'm not sure if that was apparent, because mechanically this person has learned something really, really well. Something that wasn't aligned to their purpose though, right? They wanted to learn a language, but they ended up gaming the system. And gaming the system is something humans are really good at. They're excellent at. In fact, most of the time, people sell on efficiency. They don't sell on learning, they sell on efficiency. Like, when was it when I tell someone like, hey, you have to learn this, you have to learn this, oh yeah, and you have to learn my mnemonic system, and then during the mnemonic system you have to spend like 30 levels, like a month, developing your own mnemonic system on top of my mnemonic system, and then you have to do all that before, while trickling in some content, but you really have to focus on the process. And then ask someone, it's like, dude, I'm not buying into that. Like, why would I want to spend like 6 months in the beginning learning a process that I don't even care about and I don't even use? Give me a tool that uses the existing process that I have so that I can consume content at my leisure, so I can get faster and faster at consuming that content. That's what sells. So like, why is immersion so popular? It's because it's the least path of resistance to something that they already do. Passively watch anime, passively read manga. And my first thought is, you'll still learn something with that. Like, what I mean is, do it long enough and you got it. Whether it's efficient, that's a different story, because my perspective on efficiency when it comes to learning is not even overlapping with most people. So not only can I support people who think CI and immersion is more efficient, I can also support that learning can become more efficient at the same time as using the advantage of immersion. If you are not actively learning, then immersion is still inefficient compared to like active immersion and passive immersion. They're still relative to each other. I'm not making an argument that immersion is not like efficient. I'm arguing that humans are quite a level more aptitude. Like, there are far more potential than I feel lots of people believe they have. Like, they believe that language learning is so difficult to the point where they must strive for making it as efficient as possible. Where, because there's no other value to doing language learning outside of acquiring the context of that language. And my thought is, fair enough. I hope it's happy enough for you. Now, for anyone who's interested in why I do things, and it's like 400 days, dang, you know, It feels like yesterday. I can still tell you what my day 1 of HanziHero is like. In fact, I don't have to tell you because I recorded it, right? And my day 1 started with this. I did an opening opinions and I talked about my background and what I was going to do. And if I look back, I would like to say that 70 to 80% of those things were realized here. And it wasn't about the context of what it was doing. It's about what I learned from it or what my process was about it. Those are the things that held constant. They're not dependent on my context. Whether I failed or success, like how much kanji or hanzi and stuff that I learned, that was irrelevant to what was predictable about my behavior. My predictability about my behavior is that all of my motivations, decisions, and troubleshooting skills were tackled every single 100 days. And it will continue to be true about that because the process stays with you for a lifetime. The details, they stay with you if they're important to you. They don't stay with you most of the time if they're not part of your process. Like, the likelihood of something staying with you for a lifetime is more likely to happen if it's part of your process already. You can't, in the ideal world, it would be able to be everything, but it's not true, obviously. I already said 80-20, right? Even this is kind of optimistic. Like, getting 80% of the things you learn to be naturally part of your process so that you never have to spend effort remembering it again, because every time you go to do your process, you're going to be reminded. It's optimistic. So like I aim for 80-20. 80-20 is like the perfect score. I would say like 50%, 50-50. So whenever I look at a character, I hope that my process is eliciting some use of information that I have. This is iterating on every single time I have to do this. So all this information is a fraction, probably less than 50% of the information that I have done 20-ish times before. I've done it for 100 days of Duolingo, Japanese, Chinese, 200, Japanese, Chinese. Actually, it was even smaller than that. It was day 25, 50, 100, then 200 and 300. That's how I came up with the 100 distance. Did it over and over again because I am iterating and innovating on my existing process. There's a reason for me to repeat things largely unchanged with the idea of trying to improve it, not doing the same thing because I can. So the change from day 1 HanziHero to day 400 HanziHero, I would like to think conservatively looks like night and day. The things I talk about now in Chinese, in language learning, and Japanese is a far cry from 2 years ago when I first started Duolingo. Right? The idea is it should show regardless of whether you're meeting your original goal. Like, at least in my opinion. Like, I'm closer to that goal. Like, I know more Japanese and Chinese than I did in day 1. We're slowly crawling in that. In the meantime, there's so much to gain everywhere else too. So with a new app comes new challenges, new things to extract from it, and that keeps me going. If you're routinely feeling like, here's an excellent litmus test. When you're learning something, the stuff that you're trying to learn should get easier, right? They're not supposed to get harder. Like, if you're practicing a skill and you've convinced yourself that your learning skill is sufficient to learn whatever you're trying to learn, it should get easier, right? Like, it should become less tedious. less time consuming, right? And the idea is people focus on time. Like if you finish it faster, then you're getting better at it. Like that's not the only metric. Sometimes you get faster and you're learning nothing because you're learning less. You can pay attention less to save time as well. Ask yourself as a litmus test when you go on Anki, what is your mood and your active process like now? Have you skipped steps? If you're skipping steps than you did before, then you're actually learning less. You're taking in less information. There's no substitute for like paying attention. So when something gets boring, you learn less. When it gets boring, you can save time by paying attention less. Like that, to me, is one of the biggest crutches of efficiency. And what's a great way to encourage yourself to do more while being faster at something? You got to do more. Where's that more coming from? Picking up Anki, picking up Genki, picking up your manga, like together, not like doing something so long that you stop paying attention to it. I think that's when the word tedious comes up, grinding comes up. I earnestly want to ask anyone to qualify what they mean by the word grind, because whenever someone says, yeah, you know, appreciate the grind, you know, you're very motivational when you're constantly keeping up the grind. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mean that I spend a lot of time with this stuff? Like, that's fine. Like, I would agree with that. And they're like, no, you know, just constantly every day doing the same thing. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, why would I want to do the same thing every day? Like, I'm so confused. Like, if that's what's impressive about me, I would be impressed too. If that's what I'm doing, like every day I come on and my first thought is I'm thinking about the same exact thing. Like, all right, today I'm gonna do the same thing that I did the last 1,000 times that I've done it, or the last 400 times that I've done it. Rarely is ever the same. I'm constantly on the lookout, active, observing, making sure that there's something to look at. There's something to be interested in, because man, I'm impressed. I'm absolutely impressed if that's how people learn Japanese. Honestly, like if they say the path to fluency in Japanese is to do the same thing for hundreds of days and then trust the process, and that's what they mean by trust the process, my thought is I'm not on the same page. Like this phrase, trust the process. Here's a hot take. If you trust the process, you actually have to use a process. Like, you actually have to pay attention. Pay attention to the process. So, lots of people, in my opinion, personally, when they say trust the process, they mean just keep doing it mindlessly and then hope that it works. Like, that's not the same thing. I hear this a lot in arts, basically. Trust the process, right? Keep practicing sketching and keep practicing, like, your hard work is going to pay off. Like, just keep repeating the same things and then it'll work out. I think there's a miscommunication here personally. I'm not an artist, like I'm not a professional artist. I do a little bit of artwork in 1 month, for 1 month of the year, and it's been 4 years, so I've maybe done artwork for 4 months. Trust the process means that you're active in the process. You are actively sketching things that you're paying attention to. You're sketching things because you want to sketch them and you're paying attention to sketching them. It's a laborious process that you're trusting. The effort pays off. It is different from, drawing the same ball each day because it feels comfortable and it's getting easier each day. That's the opposite of trusting the process. You are doing less and less work, expecting that faster speed, lower effort is going to show improvements. I mean, at that one thing, possibly, that minor one thing, but people who trust the process, they are working just as hard as the first day they've been trusting the process, because they are constantly trusting the process to keep on making it that hard. You are not spending less effort over time. You are providing a consistent amount of effort because you trust the process. That's blind trusting. But you can do more than that. You can also try to understand the process. And that's my joy. I enjoy watching people like do their thing, you know, like if they're interested, I would observe them. I like observing the process happen as well. So I don't necessarily have to trust the process. I can also do more than that. Do more than trust the process. Let's try to understand the process. And in the nature of that, when you're paying attention to the process, you don't have to like it's positive reinforcement for itself. Again, not for everyone, right? Not for everyone. And that's probably where I'll end it for the 400th day. I like talking about how to get people into process-oriented thinking, but generally speaking, nowadays, I think the hot take here is if you're gonna go into like coding, right? If you're gonna go make a video game or script something for Discord, it's likely going to require process-oriented thinking anyways. So hopefully, if there's anything to learn from this, if language learning, you know, Japanese or Chinese isn't gonna get your process-oriented thinking juices going, try programming a game. Or one thing that I enjoy that I missed out on, quote unquote missed out on, or kind of would love to do, debate. If you want to understand process-oriented thinking, debate is a great one. Obviously that's not fantastic for the internet platform. Whenever you're debating about something, it becomes like a shouting match and people like talk against each other, like talk at each other. So not so appropriate nowadays for the internet. I mean, people like kids now become catatonic when they need to like talk about themselves and talk about others with other strangers. So probably not the greatest. So coding, language learning, I still am behind it. When you learn language, there's a process necessary to learn the language, or at least for most people when they're older. All this stuff, it comes with the territory. And yet we can still get apps and tools to remove the process of it entirely. Like, I'm welcome, again, you're always welcome to provide a counter argument. Does using a tool, you can do a null hypothesis test. Does using a tool doesn't remove a process? So like when you use your tracker and your Anki, can you argue against me and say because you use a tracker, you are doing the process yourself? Because that's not how it works logically. Whenever something else does something for you, it removes the process of doing that, right? And it's not like you have to. I'm not going to sit here and count all the seconds of the day, right? Counting all seconds of the day, I'm going to have to find a more efficient way to do that. So I go grab a clock. But if I know how a clock works, then I can design the even more intelligent clock, which also removes the process of counting the thing. But that's the goal, right? If you're concerned about the way you're learning something, ask yourself, what are the processes that you are doing each day, and how are you actively engaging in those processes? And do those processes relate to the goal that you're trying to do? When someone asks me, it's a waste of time to learn mnemonics, is your goal related to learning mnemonics? If it's not, then yes, I agree with you. It's a waste of time to learn mnemonics. If you hate Duolingo, and Duolingo is not necessary or sufficient or involved in your path to learning a new language, then yes, it's a waste of time. So I'm not vilifying anyone here. The idea is encourage yourself to think about that, right? Like, if you hate Duolingo, understand why you hate Duolingo. Because if you don't understand how you hate Duolingo and why it doesn't work, how are you going to use that information to not have that happen again? Right? So even things that don't work are very informative. In fact, a lot of times I welcome people to challenge me on my steps and my processes in order for me to learn more and understand it. That is what feedback is. Feedback is not the same as, oh, do you like this? Do you think it's entertaining? Oh, I just don't think it's my cup of tea. That's not feedback, in my opinion. It's criticism. Maybe. I mean, like, okay, sure. Feedback is the same as criticism if you reduce it to it's someone's opinion reducing to you. When I think about feedback, I think about it more of a positive way because they're trying to feed back to you. They're trying to give you something that's often considered constructive criticism. Saying you like things and things are garbage and you can't explain, that's not feedback, in my opinion. That's criticism. Actually, a lot of times that's just projection of one's own emotional insecurities. Like, when you hate something that someone does, it doesn't create constructive feedback for them to use. In fact, it's so void of empathy that the other person is most likely going to ignore you or have trouble understanding you in the first place, right? And that's probably where I'll end it. So for this end of the sequence, that's a wrap up for the 400 days tentative take of HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. I hope there's gonna be an update in the future. There's some like talks from the developers that there might be updates in the future. I really hope it's before the end of my this principal design. And as always, if you're picking up and following along, you are more than welcome to come on by and share your active empirical observations about your learning strategies and ups and downs and what you're doing to kind of optimize your learning strategy. Different from just efficiency, optimizing it. So like getting yourself to learn more and learn towards the things that you want to learn that are connected to your goals. Because each step, losing those steps could lose you sight of the goal, right? So until next time, 大家下次见, right? 感谢观看. Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.